Greetings, mortals and immortals, and welcome to another episode of Zophar's Realm. That's right. We are here on Zophar's Realm with a tier rating list. I finally did it. It is not game over yet. But first of all, thank you so much, Dark Mex, for re-redeeming Lucia's pendant. Jenny Steigel was supposed to be safe and sound in the pendant. However, she escaped, and now she's recording awesome music. And also, Dark Mex, thank you for redeeming the piratey gold. Something about being in a ghost story and drinking alcoholic beverages. Jar! Dark Mex has the trifecta with the piratey hat. You know the chair continues to be high, says I. But while 'tis true, it's my debauchery was me way of compensating. The rum may always be gone, and I may be the worst pirate ye ever heard of. Ye have heard of me. And Little Limp Noodle, thank you so much for the 50 stream streak. That's 2.5 months almost of watching streams in the realm of the domain. Your support is greatly appreciated. And wait, no Gamers Uplink. How can you canon me when I'm trying to do a tier rating? You wasted Dark Mex's redemption. Gamers Uplink, you cannon my brain, causing me pain, and now I need grog to lift all the fog. But I live to fight another day, me hearties. Oh, that was some good grog. Now we got to add to the cannon. We're over the 500 mark now, I think. Yeah, I got grog on the microphone. How many cannon hits to the head is that, me hearties? 506. I can't believe me head still attached to me head. Head is attached to me body. All right, what's going on, everyone? What's going on? The doodly-doo. What's up, DJ Bacon Blade and Balinor and Culinary Disaster? Good to see you all. Deckard Bane, hello with the do-do-do. Gamers Uplink, 100 games completed with tier rating. That's right, we're finally going to do a tier rating. I've been sitting on this for a very long time. I don't know what made me decide the week of Christmas and Hanukkah would be the week to do this. And yet, when I counted up every game that we've ever completed on stream, guess what number I reached? Exactly 100. Imagine my surprise, so I decided that it would be the 100-game celebration. Ha ha ha, pirate, yar! It's good to see you, me hearty. Chuckman, too late. Gamers Uplink beat you. Gog Zero, woo! How we doing, Gog Zero? I hope you're doing great. Follow Gog and Gamers Uplink, by the way. They're great streamers and fun to watch. Little Limp Noodle, hello. How we doing? Dark Mex, always great to see you. For 8-Bit Gamers, how are you? Please let me know if my voice is being overpowered by the music or not. If so, I can lower it a bit. If it's perfect, just give me some kind of thumbs up, me hearties. Let's see who else we got here tonight. Balinor. No ass tier. That's a canoning. Yeah, we should have. Well, no. We had to have, 6 tiers. The default tiers on the tier rating system are S, A, B, C, and D, and there was no F, so of course I had to add an F tier. I should have called it EFF, but I wasn't thinking. Oh well. I know we can change it. Well, let me change it. Can I make it the F? I can. Sweet. F! There we go. Is that better? Now it's the true F tier. Doodly, 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 doo. Music could go down a little bit. Okay. I'll drop it a little bit. Let's see here. Okay. Is that better? How's the balance now? Let me know. Duke Darkwood. I fixed it! I fixed the F! It is doodle, 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 doodly, doo. Good. Alright, great. Alright, so, what's gonna happen? These are all of the games, all 100, that I have beaten to completion on stream, whether it was the right way or in a couple of cases the cheaty face way. So I was able to add stuff like Soul Feast and Splatterhouse that I could only beat with codes or save scumming. So there's only a few games like that. I think it's 5 games of the 100 are like that. And the other 94 and 95 are all games that I beat normally.
Domain. We're gonna save scum.
I also included Mortal Kombat Mythologies because even though I only beat that one on easy and didn't see the real ending, I still consider myself to have beaten that game for some reason. I don't know. I wanted to include it in here. If it's a game I haven't completed yet, it's not in the list. And if it's a game that I'm still working on, like Luffy and StarCraft and those ones, those are also not on the list. I could have included them, but I didn't feel it was fair to give it a true rating without me having actually played completely through it. You don't think the other Duke would let me omit Solstice? I never beat it. In fact, I've never streamed Solstice, to be specific, Duke Darkwood. These are only games that I have streamed and beaten. All 100 of them in nearly 3 years. So we're gonna go see what I think of all of these games. So at some point, I do have to grab some food because my wife likes to get food late for some reason. So at some point, I'll take a BRB when the food gets here, and I will go eat it. It is sushi. I will be partaking in tuna and salmon and yellowtail and stuff, and it will be glorious. I hope everyone is having a great Friday. Happy Wizarding Weekend. I guess it's not really Wizarding Weekend tonight if we're starting off with a tier list. What could we call it? What could we call this Friday? Friday? I don't know. I got nothing clever. The 2C Zeldas are A rank always. Yeah, this is going to be full of hot takes, so just prepare yourself. Also, I tend, I've never done this live before. I've done a couple tier ratings over the years just for funsies. I've never done one where I rank 100 of anything. I think the most things I've ever ranked is maybe like 20. Yes, I had to upload every single one of these pictures. That's why we were late. I was a little slow on the uptake there, but we got it.
I can't do it.
What's up, Radiant Lights? Hope we're doing well tonight. I tend to put things. Thanks for the Do It Live down. I tend to put stuff in the list, and then I'm gonna change my mind as we go. Probably when I realize some games are above or below others, and I'm like, that doesn't make sense. So it's gonna be real time. You're gonna get a window into how I think about the games that I play. There's all kinds of factors that go into it. The age of the game has nothing to do with it. The genre of the game, nothing to do with it. This is purely my own enjoyment of the game. I will tell you the music absolutely plays a bit of a factor, which is why the vast majority of these games, most of them, have really good soundtracks. I can't play a game for a long period of time if the soundtrack is ass. I have never streamed Crystallis, Duke Darkwood. I have never streamed Tech War. If you do not see this game on this list, I have never streamed and completed it. If you've seen me stream it, then it means I have not completed it. And if you think I am wrong, tell me. Give me the game that you thought that I beat. But I am 99.8% sure that I am accurate. And my wife is signaling that the food is here. And so with that, please don't change that channel, chat. Zophar's Realm will be right back with the tier list.
Fresh off the success of the hit song Careless Doodle comes the new Christmas album. Now that's what I call doodle.
Doodle 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 doo doodle doodle doo doodle 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 doo doodle doodle doo doodle 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 doodle. I don't want a lot.
Celebrate the holidays with That's What I Call Doodle.
I don't care about the presents underneath the doodle tree. I don't need to hang my doodle there upon the fireplace. Santa Claus won't make me happy with a toy on Doodle Day.
Signature performances from the Zophar on vinyl, cassette, and NSF and GYM digital formats.
All I want for Doodle is you. Deck the halls with bows of holly. Doodle, 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 doo. 'Tis the season to be jolly. Doodle, 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 doo.
Now That's What I Call Doodle is a wonderful addition to your holiday celebration.
O'er the field we go, doodling all the way. Bells on bobtail ring, making spirits bright. What fun it is to ride and sing a doodling song tonight. Hey, doodle. doodle bells, doodle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one doodle open sleigh. Hey, doodle bells, doodle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one doodle open sleigh. You know doodle and doodle and doo-doo and F, Sade and Andrew and Donuts and Jim. But do you recall the most famous doodler of them all? Zophar the red-nosed doodle had a very
Christmas wishes for the entire family.
and if you ever saw it, you would even say it glows. All of the other doodles used to laugh and call him names. They never let poor Zophar join in any doodle game.
The holiday music you know, the memories you treasure.
And when it's dry and ready, then doodle I shall play. Oh, doodle, 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 I made you out of clay. Doodle, 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 then doodle I shall play. We wish you a merry doodle, we wish
Now
you
that's
a
what
merry
I call doodle.
We wish
Call
you a
now
merry
to order
doodle
yours.
And a happy new year. Good tidings we bring to you and your doodle.
This special package is fun for everyone this holiday season.
Oh, hello. This is Mick Foley, World Wrestling Federation
Discipline feels
champion.
good.
I just wanted to welcome all of you to Zophar's realm. I hear he's got a lot of cool cats coming and going to play some retro game for you. Bang, bang! We love it. I love it. And I want to thank you and welcome you. Mr. Sacco wants to welcome you too. Have a nice day.
Yes! Yes! Chris, this fight's tough. Let me tell you a good strategy. Yes, here's the strategy. Everybody ready? Watch. See the strategy? It's good. It's good strategy. Good strategy. Yeah, mash that button, yeah. Hell with the game. This is more fun. Who needs a game?
Is he gonna die? Oh no. Well, I'll take over. Hi guys. I got.
Good night, everybody.
He's gone. All right. Hey everybody, welcome to Jelly Game. My name is Andrew. It's good to see you guys. You can call me Rick. We're gonna play some Shine the Holy Ark.
See, when I was a kid, and this is not a knock, by the way, on my mom. I love my mom. But my mom made 20,000 different forms of chicken. So after a while, like, I think this is why I like sushi, because I just started looking for anything that wasn't chicken. I'm like, but I love you, Mom. Your chicken was great, Mom. Your chicken was great.
Oh, yeah, your chicken was fantastic. Zophar's mom.
He said the thing. I'll end up doing something really friggin' stupid. Noodly, noodly, noodly. Oh, what the? Yo, everybody, did you all see that? You all saw that, right? Somebody clip that. Someone clip that moment. I want that moment clipped. You all saw that, right? Everybody here saw that, right? Validated. Oh, I was gonna do it. I wasn't even trying to do it. Oh God. Oh, thank you, game. Oh my God, the game saved me. The game saved. Oh, ah! I pressed up. I swear I pressed up. All right, here we go. someday, perhaps you will allow me to hear yours, Alex Burr. Maverickism! No, I'm just kidding. Hold on. Yeah, there we go. And Rig of Retro Island Gaming, Mr. Andrew R. Gaming, Andrew H. Andrew the man, the myth, the legend. If we don't be shining the holy arc soon, you're gonna be sad.
Look at mine. Wait, what happened? Hold on, something wrong with it. Oh, the bottom.
Wait, no! You can, ah! Ay, me hearty, you concussed me again. Son of a... Well, if the run wasn't already dead, now it is. That's so funny. Do you see this? You all see this, right? The game's just... Not only is kicking me while I'm down, the game is literally kicking me while I'm down. F this game. Sir Boom, I hope you're doing really well. Wait, no, actually, yes. Can't play the game if I'm dead.
Hey everyone, G Levy here. If you're interested in appearing in our next BRB video, send me a whisper on stream, or hit me up on Discord. Hope to see you soon.
Stop! Each of you will now listen to the Lord of the Realm and the Domain. Each of you have been stained by a sub-badge and marked by a follower icon. If I call your name in chat, you will answer, "Yes, Lord Zophar," or I will banish you to the black hole. My stream starts now, mortals.
You brave so dangerous a course to secure a dragon diamond?
I'm beginning to regret that course myself. Please don't chomp us to bits.
Why is it you humans prize those things so much? Don't you know they're made from my... what's the use?
I'm gonna set a fire trap.
Welcome to die.
Oh no! Maybe he won't bother
Welcome
me.
to die. No, welcome to die.
Oh god! Oh shit! Damn! At least I have chicken. Sorry about that. Just had to grab something. What'd I miss?
And that's why I hate Zophar. Oh, hi, Zophar.
Ah, sure.
How about either or, Zophar? You beat this game without the code, and I'll play Seven Saga. Or I.
Come on! I did it! I beat Contra without cheating! I never did it before! Yes, 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 yes! Little Daniel Bryan yes right there. Ooh, Liberty Bell drop.
Stop! Each one of you shall now participate in the Zophar's Realm prediction. You get it right, double your silver. But if you get it wrong, then you lose it all!
My weapon has a cleavage. Oh my god. The cleaver has a duration, not the cleavage. Jesus Christ. We are owed a angel tears though, so let me go grab some real quick and I will BRB.
Sure.
Chat, what is he grabbing? I don't know what he's doing. I love this though. It's so random. Oh god. F! Did you see that? I beat it. I said F, and then the F came out.
Nobody takes Zophar seriously.
Nobody takes me seriously, He-Man.
Oh my god!
What? Uh-oh, spell, Rick, spell. Spell. The spell. A scroll of Jim. Ah!
Oh, damn.
It says the thing! They said the thing! The thing! It's the Lost Scroll of Jim! Oh my god. It's the Lost Scroll of Jim. Everybody, it's the freaking Lost Scroll of Jim. Jim! Dude! Alright, here we go.
Alright.
We're gonna look.
We're gonna find a boss and die.
What? Really? You knew that was coming. Right?
I did not.
You used your stupid magic 8-ball shit, didn't you? Dude!
Stop! Which one of you has subbed to the realm for the longest amount of time? Who is the founder? Answer! I see. Well then. You are banished to the black hole!
Sing a line right now in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, rig, go.
What is going on? I can't hear the music. This is.
It's a cappella.
Yeah, I have no idea what's going on. Don't give me the microphone ever.
We gotta be careful. We can't run out of this when that head drops. We can't get hit.
From what I've seen, I tell you, you're not pirates, you're just slackers.
I was meant to be.
Wow. I just totally crushed it. Literally.
Stop! Where is the mortal known as Soda Pagoda?
Yes, my gatekeeper.
I need a pole, mortal. Where is my pole?
Another pole?
If you don't give it to me, I will banish you to the black hole.
Fun. That's all he really wants. To have some fun. All right, mortals and immortals, we're back. I am nourished. I have gotten the food in me. And the food is good. So we're gonna begin the tier list stuff now. All right. So, what'd I miss anyway? Gamers Uplink, yes, ET is on there. Everything's on there. If you go to twitch.tv/Zophar1 on the About, or on the right-hand side, I have all my games I've ever beaten, or any games that I have saved, scum, coded. All 100 of those are represented in this listy list right here. So you see, I'm gonna zoom in, and it's all here. See? All right here. Radiant Lights, thank you for the 3 streams straight. Your support of the Realm of the Domain is greatly appreciated. Let's play some Castlevania 3. F! That's on there. Home Alone was on stream. Oh, shit. Home Alone was on stream. I didn't count that one. Anything, you know what? I just realized I counted Die Hard, but I didn't count Home Alone. I didn't think about the and I counted Virtual Highlight because I've done a casual.
Okay, let's go.
But I didn't count Home Alone. Wow, yeah, you're right. Home Alone is not on here. But should we count it? All I did in Home Alone was glitch the game and sit there. I didn't count A Boy and His Blob either. That's another glitch. But technically Die Hard is too, and I put Die Hard there. Damn, you got me. So what's the... Dragon Suck is F tier. Dragon Suck is not on here. I didn't beat it. But yes, it would definitely be F tier. I have to beat a game for it to be eligible. Yeah, I didn't think about the 2 speedruns, Home Alone and
Now then,
Boyne's Blob.
what brings you to my inner sanctum?
Slash and Thrashing Super Ninja just subscribed for 32 months. Tactics Ogre is S tier.
Tactics Ogre is a game I've never played, but thank you, Slash and Thrash and Super Ninja, for the 32 months. That's 2 years and 8 months of subscribing to the Realm of the Domain. You immortal you, your support is greatly appreciated. Continue to enjoy the ad viewing emote, super duper secret sub Twitch channel, and the sub badges. If you subscribe, you too can become an immortal of the inner sanctum. All support is appreciated. Okay. So yeah, should we, why isn't the lowest rank called GU? F! Yeah, that actually would have been even better than F. Nah, I couldn't do that to GU. We love GU. There's no E tier. I couldn't think of a clever, there's an EFFF tier, so it incorporates both E and F. So we got to make a decision. Do we need, should Home Alone and Buenos Blob be on here? So it's not really 100, it's 102 games. And do we decide at the end? Chicken rank should be lowest. Yeah, we didn't do Home Alone. We didn't do a Buenos Blob. Wow, I feel bad now. Yeah, we should probably poll this. Should these games be added? Boy and his Blob, Home Alone, both, or neither? All right, the poll's up. Let me know in the poll. We're going to start, though. We can add to it. It doesn't matter. Like, it's not a big deal. But should those games be added as part of the games that I have beaten on stream, even though both were glitch speedruns? Okay, here we go. While you're all voting, we're going to start. So, the 3 dot hack games that I played. I still haven't played Quarantine. Someday we will play it, but I haven't. We have Infection, Mutation, and Outbreak right here. I'll zoom in so you can see. See right here. These 3 games are solid. I enjoyed them. Soundtracks were good. The gameplay was fine. It got repetitive after a while. The problem is, if I rank one way, I probably should rank the others similarly. I would not call either of them S or A tier. It could be B. I'm gonna put all 3 of them in B for now. I might change my mind on that. So for now, they're Bs. Like I said, they were fun games, but if you played one, you played them all. It's very much a cookie cutter, scenario. Oh, the music's a little loud. All right, we'll lower it. Doo-da-dee-doo. All right, is that better? Better balance versus my voice now. I should be ranking game music on the Doodly scale. K-Dog Prime, that's on my list, actually. I absolutely want to do that in a future poll. By the way, I just see Taco Loco was talking earlier. How you doing, Taco Loco? What's the ship in Lunar name? That's the dragon ship Destiny, actually, if you're still here. Is my voice okay versus the music now? Can everybody hear me all right? Is it good? Doodly doo, doodly, doodle doodly. All right, well, let me know. So that's where I'd put the dot hacks. All right, then we have the 7th Guest. Now that game is fun, great soundtrack. It's tough, it's really hard. Definitely got frustrated with it. I definitely don't think it belongs in crap, and I definitely don't think it was the best. Honestly, I'd probably put this in B with the dot hacks. Again, if you were to pull the soundtracks out of these games that I enjoyed, these would definitely get lower. But the soundtracks are good enough to the point where I'd call them B tier. DJ Bacon Blade says better. Okay, good. Even when I'm away from the keyboard, I react well to that sound effects. Which one are we talking about? The F or a different one? So yeah, I like that. All right, the 7th Saga. Now you're probably going to disagree with me. This is an A tier for me. I think this game is good. I think this game has the perfect combination of gameplay, of battles, of, tricky stuff to figure out. It's very challenging. I like the soundtrack. I like the 7th Saga. I don't know why necessarily, but I like the 7th Saga. So right now, I might change my mind later. I would put this RPG in the A tier. I played it, yeah. I played it when it came out in the 90s, and I beat it then, and I beat it on stream. And I like this game. If we get deeper and I decide it needs to be lower, maybe I'll move it to B. It's definitely not S tier. A might be a little optimistic based on what else I find here, but for right now, I would rank the 7 Saga an A tier game. No, really. Gamers Up, you really should try it. The game is what people have said about it is, it's not necessarily the case. I think it's solid. It's a solid good game. All right, Eye of the Beholder. All right, I'm gonna put this one in. I struggle between B and C. I'm gonna throw it in B because it has one of my favorite soundtracks of all time. If you were to pull this out, this is definitely a C for me. I'm not a big dungeon crawler person. Usually the dungeon crawler's got to have plot, which most don't. I mean, this has kind of a plot, but not really. But the soundtrack is so goddamn good in the Sega CD version. To be clear, this is Eye of the Beholder for Sega CD. This is not the Super Nintendo clunky-ass control version. This is not the DOS What's Music version. No, this is the epic best Sega CD version. Coronation, this is a bad comedy. What do you mean? Did they ever make an 8th Saga? I don't know. I tried to trick Gamers Uplink by telling him when he didn't want to play 7 Saga that he could play the 8th Saga -1. It didn't work. Shining in the Darkness is a dungeon crawler, and it has a really good story with a twist and an amazing soundtrack. That's why I like it. And we're going to get to that. That is on the listy list. That's further down. Where is it? That's right here. Right there. So that's where I'd put Eye of the Beholder. Okay, Adventures of Willy Beamish. I liked this game, and you're going to think I'm crazy, but I throw this on the B scale. Good game, good soundtrack, great voice acting, fun characters. Wait, no, Chuckman. How can you cannon me? I was just cannoned a few moments ago. Or at least it feels like that. How could you do that to me? Chuck, man, you cannon my brain, causing me pain. And now I need grog to lift all the fog. But I live to fight another day, me hearties. Will we get another collaboration with Rig? I'm always ready to go as long as he is, and he seems to always be willing to go whenever we have time. So the answer to that is almost certainly yes. I always have fun doing co-streams with Rig. That Golden Axe stream, the one where we did Streets of Rage and Golden Axe, especially Golden Axe, that was freaking awesome. Oh, it was so much fun. And I knew as soon as we got to level 7 with the pits, it was going to be rough, and it didn't disappoint. What's up, Kiriso Kigata? Hope you're doing well. All right. Then we move on. Now, what is this game? I don't even recognize this. Oh, Alien vs. Predator for the arcade. Yeah, I remember this one. Okay. Generic arcade game. It wasn't terrible. It wasn't the best. It was fine. I put that in C tier. A lot of the arcade stuff is going to be probably in C tier for me. Some of them will be higher than that, but a lot of them just... I can't really think of a bad arcade game that I streamed. I haven't streamed a lot of them. None of them are bad, but none of them are... Like, it's not memorable to me. I only played it once. I don't remember the soundtrack at all. A lot of arcade games don't have the best soundtracks because they're all competing with each other anyway. That's not true of all, but some. So yeah, I would throw Alien vs. Predator for arcade in C tier. Sup, Deckard Bane. Okay, now, what's this game? Oh, Bare Knuckle 3. Alright, this is also C tier. It's definitely way better than Streets of Rage 3, which I would give somewhere between D and F. Probably D. Because the game plays okay if it wasn't really ridiculous difficulty. Bare Knuckle 3 is much better. I give it a C because I didn't get to see the real ending. Me and Finn are probably going to give it another go in the next month or two. And if we do, I might bump this higher. But for right now, I'd put it C.
Creamy peanut butter, chunky peanut butter too.
Ooh! Thanks so much for the peanut butter. Yeah, Soda Pagoda. 7 Saga is A tier. I thought it had the perfect combination of plot, story, challenge, and soundtrack. And it looked good too. And I had a lot of fun with it as a kid. I beat it then. I beat it again. It's got 7 characters. You know, you can have a completely different playthrough experience depending on which character you choose. The apprentices change up depending on, you know, the random generator you get. Am I giving it more credit because it trolls GU? No, I'm trying to get GU to play it because it's a genuinely good but difficult game. So far, from a poll perspective, The majority are saying both should be added. I have to ask a question when it comes to the poll. I don't have, like, we're getting a lot of votes. I don't have that thing enabled that GU enables, right, where you can vote with your credits, with your silver. Do I have that enabled now? Really, GU? You really changed it? Really? I didn't even know mods could change that setting. That's interesting. How did you change it? I didn't know you had access to that. Well, that makes the polls invalid. I can't tell what you really think now. Oh, well. So then we have Batman. GU says no. No? So it's not set that way? Alright, we're gonna hang on a second here. I want to know the answer to this. Twitch poll use points setting. Alright, here we go. How to use polls. Doodly, doodly. Doodly, doodly, doodly. Polls can be configured with various settings. How? How do you do it? Doodly, doodly. It says manage poll. Okay.
First, your return to Sora was not part of our negotiations nor our agreement, so I must do nothing.
Nah, it doesn't tell me. Vote breakdown. 5 channel points contributed. Yeah! GU, what did you do? Yeah, it's right here. And then Soda Bagoda contributed 46 points. Yeah, it's a totally invalid poll. How the hell do you change this setting? I thought I changed this a long time ago. Something must have reset. But yar! Thanks so much more for redeeming that piratey hat. You know the chair continues to be high, says I, but while 'tis true that my debauchery was me way of compensating, the rum may always be gone, and I may be the worst pirate you ever heard of. You've heard of me. It's pretty funny, but I'm gonna fix it. I just don't remember how the hell to do it. Doodly, doodly. It just says manage poll, but that's not where it is. It must be below where the settings allow additional votes. It must have gotten checked somehow. Has to be. Did they change the way, like, is it per poll now? Is that what happened? Is that why I'm not aware of this? Doodly. There's a checkbox. Yeah, but I've never checked that setting before. Well, the... yeah, alright. Let's go try again. Let's do a real poll this time. Yeah, allow additional votes is checked by default. That's so weird. It didn't used to be like that. Okay, real poll. Do we add him? A boy and his blob. Doodly. Home Alone. Both. Neither. Alright, now we actually have a real poll. So go ahead and get your real votes in this time. And we'll keep going while you're doing that. It's called Allow Additional Votes. Got it, got it. A Boy and His Blob speedruns. Yeah, that's... So, basically what this poll is I didn't include in the tier list A Boy and His Blob and Home Alone, because they're both glitched speedruns. But I put Die Hard on here. And I don't know why I put that, but not the other two. Probably because I just played it yesterday. So, the question is, for fairness, do we add one of them, the other of them, both of them, or omit them? Then it would be 101 or 102 games, depending on what you decide. All right, Batman. Batman's a great game, and it's A tier. It's got an amazing soundtrack. It's got good gameplay. It's a short game, but difficult as hell. I first played it back in, like, 1990. I didn't actually beat it until a few weeks ago. It's a great game. Its insane difficulty does not make it less great for me. Not the same with Battletoads, which I still haven't beaten. So that's where I'd rank Batman, but especially, like, the soundtrack is the best part of this game. It's so good, but the graphics are not bad either for Nintendo. It's probably one of the best looking, dark themed NES games there is. So yeah, Batman, Sunsoft, great job, great job. I don't have bad things to say about this. Like I said, it's just it's very challenging, very, very, very challenging. You blew up the pole thinking you blew up the pole. So that's where I would put Batman. Bram Stoker's Dracula. All right, now this is tough. I'm thinking this is a C. It's really probably a D. But it looks and sounds so fucking good that it really rises above the shit gameplay, because the gameplay is ass. It's horrible controls. It's really super difficult. I can only beat this game with the life code. And I've beaten it with, like, of the 99 lives the code gives you, I think I can beat it with, like, 24, 25. But by default, the game only gives you 3, and a couple continues. So, I'm kind of thinking it's a C. It's really probably a D, but the soundtrack is so goddamn atmospheric that I can't bear to give it less than a C. So I'm going to give Bram Stoker's Dracula for the Sega CD a C. For CD! That's where I would put Bram Stoker's Dracula. I do recommend giving that game a whirl if you like atmosphere. You want a good Halloween game in terms of atmosphere. Don't expect a good game in terms of gameplay and controls. You will be horribly disappointed. C is for Sega. So that's where I'd put Dracula. Okay, then there's Breath of Fire. This one is interesting. So I would say... Thanks for the nightmare, culinary disaster. So, exactly. So, for Breath of Fire, this game has a good soundtrack. Story was okay. I don't really think the story was anything to write home about. Graphics were solid, like all the Super Nintendo RPGs of the era. The battles were kind of blah, but it's not a bad game. It was a good first effort from Capcom. I mean, honestly, it was Square and Capcom together for this one. And then Capcom went on and did their own thing with 2 and onwards later. I would give this a B. I'd put this in B tier. There's nothing wrong with Breath of Fire overall, but it does have some quality of life problems today. The inventory system, arranging it is horrible. Okay, so I guess there is a bad thing about it. But it's good enough to get a B from me. I enjoyed my time with Breath of Fire. What's up, Zextris? You're excited to see where I rank the individual Phantasy Star games because they're definitely not getting ranked the same. Oh, no, they're definitely not getting ranked the same. I would say at least 3 of them are going to be on different tiers from the other. Duke Darkwood, music is definitely part of the game. I was actually, earlier, one of my things I was pointing out was, for me, the music really figures in pretty high to how I rank things. So, like, if a game doesn't have a memorable soundtrack, well, first of all, there's a good chance it's not on here. But if it is on here, there are a few that are, it's going to get ranked lower just because the music's so important to keep me interested in a game. The later games are better. You'll see how I rank the Phantasy Stars. I think you'll be interested to see how I fare there. Okay, Kadash. I like Kadash. There's nothing bad about it, and there's nothing amazing about it. That's a solid B for me. I don't really remember the soundtrack except for that one level. Like when you're at the very beginning, and I kind of remember the Black Pudding boss music, and it was fine. This is a game best played with 2 players. I did this game with Finn. I don't know if you can see it. That's Kadash. It definitely says Kadash. Trust me, it's Kadash. I said doodle-doo, it's doodle-doo, doodle-doo, Thanks for the video of Cry Light Bound, or sometimes you just gotta cry light about it. Oh, it hits something hard. I keep apologizing for raising ratings due to music. I'm saying you don't need to. I do me. Nah, no worries. I just want to make sure because people are coming in and out of the stream. So as people come in, the whole point of this is so you know where my head is at, like why I rate something a certain way. So then there's Contra. Now, this is a tough one for me. Contra's got a great soundtrack, and it's a good game. But this is a much better game to me when you play it 2 players. I feel like a lot of you would probably put this in A, but I put this in B. The game is, it reminds me of Batman in, the way of difficulty, but not as, I would say it's not as hard as Batman. It's got a good soundtrack, like really good, but not as good as Batman. So this is getting a B from me because Batman is A, if that makes sense. This might be more like an A-. I might change my mind on Contra as we go forward. C is for Contra, yeah, indeed. I might change my mind on Contra as we move forward. Like, I see right here I have Contra with the dot hacks, and I have Contra with Eye of the Beholder. I don't know if that tracks. I gotta think about that. Like, maybe Contra really does belong in A, but I don't think of it as an A game to me. It's not like, oh man, let's go play Contra. Like, I don't think of it like that. So I don't know. We're gonna have to come back and see. Oh, thanks, Buzzing Frog. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Oh shit, I just totally, my dock just ended up on the bottom here. I gotta go fix that. This is a thing that the Mac does. It's like a bug. I'm gonna hide my screen for a second. Where every now and then, when I'm on dual monitor setup, my dock will just decide it wants to be on one screen versus the other. I have no idea why it does it, but it does it. Okay, that's better. Okay. Then we have Crystal Warriors. Now, Crystal Warriors is a fun game for handheld. It doesn't overstay its welcome. The soundtrack does get a little repetitive. Contra's only a B. It does get a little bit repetitive. It reminds me a lot of the Shining Force series, but it came out a little before the first Shining Force. It came out in 1991. I liked this game. I give it a B. And now I'm seeing these two on the same tier, and I'm not agreeing with myself. I don't know. We might move some things around as we go here. I don't think Crystal Warriors is like Contra. Maybe it really does belong as a C, but then I'm putting it on the same tier as Dracula? That doesn't make sense. Yeah, Contra's messing up my brain right now. We need like an A- tier. I don't know. I'm going to put Contra's A. I might change my mind again. I don't know. It's somewhere between an A and a B, honestly, for me. You're checking out from this poll after the Contra placement. No, I keep going back and forth. I don't know. I think it belongs somewhere in the middle of these two. Alright, Dragon Warrior. This is an A for me. I think some of this is nostalgia, because I do recognize this game has serious quality of life problems, the NES version. But this was the game that was my very first role-playing game. This is why I got into RPGs. If it wasn't for Dragon Warrior coming with my Nintendo Power subscription, I would not have gotten into RPGs, I don't think, when I did. Maybe not until later in life. So Dragon Warrior has to be high for me. I really enjoyed that game. I played it on stream, and I enjoyed it almost as much as I did the first time I played it. And I was filled with memories of my friend. I used to go to my friend's house, and he had this game on his big, projection TV. And I just remember seeing, like, holy crap, a slime? You're attacking a slime? He's like, yeah, I just hit attack, and it has hit points. I'm like, what is this hit points you speak of? I had never played D&D or anything like that. My parents wouldn't let me because it doesn't matter. Satanic panic bullshit. But I couldn't believe it. It was so awesome. So Dragon Warrior, it has... That's really fucking funny. Do you hear what music is playing in the background right now? It's Dragon Warrior. What are the chances? Doodly, doodle, 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 doo. That was totally not on purpose, by the way. I said it's doodly doo. Muslim Frog, you said you loved Dragon Warrior. It was also your first because of Nintendo Power, but you don't know if you could play it again. It was still enjoyable the second time around. Like, I loved it. I loved streaming it. I think it was great. Okay, now, we gotta talk about Dragon Quest VIII. Now, this is really tough. Because, by the way, both won the poll, so I'm going to have to add them in at some point. I will get those added in shortly. Here's the thing with Dragon Quest VIII. Oh, I'm sure you can figure that out. Dragon Quest VIII, if I was going strictly for the soundtrack, it would be S tier. It has one of the greatest soundtracks to any video game besides the Lunars and a few others, Shining Forces, that I've ever heard. The voice acting was fucking amazing. I put it right up there with the working design stuff. The graphics were amazing. Looked great. Quality of life, it holds up. It's really long. And unfortunately, this might sound blasphemous, it's a little too long. It's a little too long. But I cannot honestly say that this game is worse than any of those 4 games. Seven Saga, Batman, Contra, Dragon Warrior. So for right now, I have to rank it A. But not on the basis of it's too long. On the basis of everything else I just said. It's very grindy. That's the problem with Dragon Quest VIII, is the grindiness. But everything else is so freaking good. This is another Contra situation where this might be somewhere between A and B for me. And yeah, I know, like, you're looking at, like Zophar. The 7th Saga is not, like, I would not rank 7th Saga as high as Dragon Quest VIII, but remember, we're going by my overall enjoyment of the game, and, like, where I'm at in my head when I say, I really want to play this game, or I want to play this game again. That's kind of where it is in my head. So, for right now, I'm going to put Dragon Quest VIII as an A. I haven't played 7, but I want to. Nostalgia's enjoyment? Blasphemy! Yeah, we need an A+. Well, that's what S is for, right? Well, let's see what happens. As we get deeper into this, we might have to change what the names of some of these tiers are. Like, maybe there shouldn't be a D and an F, maybe only an F. I don't know. We'll keep going now. Castlevania 2. All right, look, I'm sorry, everyone. This is an A. This is not a bad game. If anyone tells you it is, they're as confused about this as they are 7th Saga. The problem with Castlevania 2 is the translation. If you pull the translation out, this is awesome. This is Castlevania as an action RPG when Nintendo was still trying to figure out what sequels looked like. They did the same stuff with Zelda 2, which we'll rank later. But the soundtrack slaps so hard in Castlevania 2. Graphics are great. It's an interesting, convoluted as hell, but it's an interesting story with trying to find Dracula and talking to the townspeople, and they're all telling you a bunch of bullshit and misdirecting you. And it was a neat idea, and I loved it as a kid. And I did beat this as a kid, but I did use Nintendo Power to get me past the kneeling crystal bullshit with the wind tornado crap. I never would have figured that out without Nintendo Power. Soda Pagoda says, nope, because save points. Oh, what, Lunar 2? We'll get to that. Soda says not knocking, it's trying to get a better understanding of enjoyment. Well, for me, everything, like, music is really huge for me, Soda. Really good music can move a game up higher than it deserves. Like we were talking about Eye of the Beholder. Eye of the Beholder would not be a B if it was the soundtrack. It would be at least a C for me. 100% the music moved that up. Seventh Guest, same thing. Soundtrack moved that up. I would say Dragon Quest VIII, the soundtrack probably moves it up from a B, and the voice acting. So a lot of it, soundtrack's a big deal for me. But it's not everything.
The time has come
but it's a big
to
deal
put aside the butt I have chosen
I
to
do
wear.
love Lunar 2, but we're going to get to it. Sometimes you just got to put aside the butt you were chosen to wear, kiddo friend. Okay, Castlevania 3. Now, I'm putting this as a B, and that's because this looks great, sounds great, and the controls are good. It's just so, the US version is so fucking hard, and I know they made it harder than the Japanese version, in a way that, like, puts it, like, it's, I don't forgive it as much as I do Batman, but I don't loathe it like I loathe Battletoads, which is a game that I should have enjoyed, and I hate that they made it that hard.
You tried your best,
so
and you
this
failed
would be
miserably.
B.
The lesson is never
try. It could be K-Dog
Yes! Fuck you, Frankenstein, you motherfucker!
Exactly.
Why do you look so down? Never give up. Never
Sometimes
surrender.
you can just never surrender. But yeah, like I said, the challenge is so unbelievably difficult in Castlevania 3. I was so angry at this game. Like, this took over the subathon. This was like half the subathon with Castlevania 3. So this is a game I never want to play again. Like, I don't really want to play this ever again. So I can't see a game that I say I'm never playing this again. I cannot possibly put it as an S or an A. But I recognize that it is a very good game, and so for me, it's a B. If CV3 doesn't get F, you're checking out. Buzzum Frog says you've been working on Castlevania 3, one of your favorites, but you still never beaten it. I beat it for the first time last month. It's so goddamn hard. I totally understand. What's up, No David Cage? Homer correctly describes Castlevania 2, but in the Dragon Warrior game, they did not try at all. What did Homer say? What are we talking about? Kiddo Prime says you think that game inspired you to come up with the term Zopharious. Oh, I like that. I did not enjoy CV3. I didn't, really. I wanted to, but it was just by the end.
Homer. I am evil
By the
Homer.
end, it was just too difficult for me. But Soda Pagoda, the amazing soundtrack, because it's so good, kept me going. Make every game a C level. That's exciting. Nah, I would definitely put that as a B tier. Now, you know what Castlevanias do get A from me? First, let's talk about Bloodlines. Bloodlines is an A. Now, you're probably thinking, Zophar, there's no way. How are you putting Bloodlines above Castlevania 3? Bloodlines is hard, too. Really hard, too. But Bloodlines, for reasons I'm not clear on, the challenge felt fairer. In other words, there wasn't as much random bullshit as there was in 3, like the fucking Medusa shit and the water shit, the monster. Like, there was stuff that no matter what I did in 3, it felt random to me. that I just had to get lucky with the pattern. I didn't feel that way so much in Bloodlines. I felt like the most of the time, even though it was really hard, if I kept going, I'd figure it out. So I think it's a more fair challenge than 3. And the soundtrack is so good. I love the soundtrack. Remember, I'm a huge Genesis fan, so I love the YM2612. So I think Castlevania Bloodlines is a better game than Castlevania 3. And at the very least, I enjoyed it a lot more. So that gets A tier from me. Gamers Uplink gives it... You give it D tier? Really? Gamers Uplink? Why you give it D? Tell me about it. I want to know why you gave it a D. Trash Cat Heckin' Shonker says Bloodlines has a wonderful aesthetic. Oh, it looks great. I love the whole thing with the castle, the upside-down castle at the end. Bloodlines is mid for you, Dark Mex. What would you give it, a B or a C? Soda Pagoda's lurking. All right, enjoy your lurk, Soda Pagoda. Wait, you're back. You didn't like Bloodlines. Yeah, but tell me why. What you didn't like about it? Dark Mex would give it a C. If there weren't the other Castlevanias to compare it against, would you still feel the same? Or it's just you just didn't care for it? That's where I would put that one. Now, we also have Symphony of the Night. Now, this is also A. Now, the version I played is the Sega Saturn version, and we did the translation. And then people told me that the PlayStation version was actually better, like graphically. It looked better at points. That like there was the thing with the cape looked better in the PlayStation version. But I wanted to do the Saturn version because no one ever really streamed that before that I ever saw, so we did it, and I loved it. The soundtrack's one of the best soundtracks I've ever heard in any video game ever. It's literally, it's probably, other than Castlevania 2, I think it's my favorite Castlevania now. Just they did everything right. It wasn't too hard. It was fun. It was just the right length. Like, it was a great game. Fantastic game. Trash Cat and Chunk is something that's the most overrated, but still is one of the best CVs. Well, yeah, you can say the same with Final Fantasy VII, right? Everyone in the world loves 7, except me. I do want to stream 7, though, eventually, but it reminds me of that, how just everyone in the world has played it. No David Cage's Castlevania 2 deserves an F. Oh, I don't agree. Castlevania 2 is awesome. It just had a bad translation. Dragon Warrior deserves an H. There's no H! And the Symphony of the Night was very good. The 2D games were much better. But the soundtrack makes such a big deal for me. Dark Mech says limited continues for Bloodlines kind of killed it for you back then. Well, yeah, but you can use Bloodlines. Didn't Bloodlines allow passwords? It did, right? Bloodlines was like CV3 and then it allowed passwords, right? Am I misremembering? Pretty sure. There should be an H for highlight. Duke Darkwood's right. All good points. You believe that Dragon Quest VIII is overrated. Despite this, it's still Dragon Quest, and Dragon Quest is almost universally great. That's a fair point. All right, then we have D. Now, here's the thing with D. I really enjoyed D, but the game has almost no replay value, which is a shame. So I have to give D a C. D gets a C. I guess it'd be funnier if D got a D. The game is fun once, and it's always fun to show it to someone for the first time. But literally, of every game I just put up here, so far, it's got the worst replay value. Yeah, D's gone up in the world, exactly. How we doing, Jake Fake Snake Cake? What's up, Trans Queen? In Bloodlines Password, bring you back with the same amount of lives and continues you had when getting the password. Yeah, I think what I was doing, Trans Queen, is like 3. I think I kept replaying the stage until I lost as few lives as possible, and then I would use that password for the next level until I felt like I mastered that, and then on is I think how we were doing it now that I remember. Kiddo Crime says if there's an F tier, shouldn't there be a Z tier instead of an S tier? Probably, but it might confuse people, so I didn't make it Z. But you're probably right. Wasn't D based on an anime? I don't think so. I think you might be thinking of Vampire Hunter D. D is, well, I don't even, if you've never played, I don't want to spoil it if you didn't see me stream it. But D is, there's a specific reason why it's called D, but it's not any anime I'm aware of. So if you're down to your last level and you got a password, it was F. F! Yeah, I think I just used it to replay the level over and over, and then when I got good at it, then I'd use that password and then go to the next, and that way I lost as few lives as possible. That's what I remember. The one that is playing now, Trash Cat Heckin' Shonker, the one that was playing. The one that, these are all Chrono Trigger tracks right now. Had it on the Saturn, played it quite a bit, but never had interest to replay any port. Oh, what, D? Yeah, it's... I only replayed it because I wanted, you know, you'd all see it on stream. But I can't, like... I won't play it myself to replay it. It's just, it's not replayable. But it's very atmospheric. It's very moody. It's creepy. Like, it's a fun game once. So I can't give a game that's fun one time an F or a D. It just wouldn't be right to me. So I give that one a C. Okay, Dark Wizard. Dark Wizard is a B. Dark Wizard's a B because...
That's good.
The Frogut is also cursed.
That's bad.
But you get your choice of toppings.
Oh, I wish I hadn't killed that fish.
The reason Dark Wizard gets a B, the soundtrack is good, but it's the same music over and over. Like, it has a bunch of different music, but it depends on your character. So there are 3 tracks for 50 hours that you'll never hear. So I think they could have done a better job of that. And the game goes on too long.
Go to heaven.
I think that if the game had been
heaven.
maybe half as long, it would have been, I would have put it as an A. But it's a fun game, and it is replayable, but it's not among what I would call the best games. Trash Cat Heck and Chunker says this list is biased and pretty positive so far. I know I haven't given anything a D or an F yet, but it's coming, don't worry. Duke Dart says I said B, not D for a moment. You thought we were going to have words. No, of course not. No. Dark Wizard's not less than a B. Dark Wizard's a good game. And it's replayable. So basically, if I don't think the game is a good game, or if I think the game is good but only once, then it's probably going to get more likely to get in the C area here. That's why I'm thinking the dot hacks, like, I don't know if I'd ever want to replay them again. I might have to rethink the dot hacks. We'll come back to them. All right, Diablo. Very clearly A tier. It's a great game. There's nothing bad about it. The soundtrack, although it's not something I would listen to, like, on a playlist. Well, that's not true. There is one I would listen to on a playlist. The Spanish guitar one. Doodly, doodly, doo. Okay, so I would definitely listen to that. The rest of them, though, is really good ambiance. Dark Wizard is a good strategy game. I agree, Dark Max. But yeah, Diablo does nothing wrong. It does everything right. It's just from 1996, so, you know, there's only so much it could do from 96, but what it did was goddamn amazing. So, you know, random dungeons, different every time you go down. Game isn't too long. Game is fun single player. Game is fun multiplayer. This is back when Blizzard couldn't make a bad game. I miss those days. So yeah, Diablo is a solid A. And if dungeon crawlers was my favorite genre, like I think it is Riggs, it would be an S. But it's really good. Diablo is amazing. Diablo A for amazing. Okay, Diablo 2. Now, this is probably gonna be controversial. You would think Diablo 2 would be. Some of you would probably say it's S, and a lot of you would probably say it's A. Now I'm gonna get hate. Let me tell you why Diablo 2 is a B for me. I feel like back when it came out and I beta tested it, I felt the scope of the game was too large for my liking. Which is weird because I loved Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion, but at least I guess at that point I wasn't mentally prepared for a game that had that much going on compared to Diablo 1. So after I played the open beta, I never played it again until earlier this year.
I wish I hadn't killed that fish.
And I had fun streaming with Rig and Vrexy. I always have a good time co-streaming, and I always have a good time with Vrexy and Rig. But I do think that the experience, man, this is I'm gonna get in trouble. I think I would have liked the game more if I had played it myself first. Does that make sense, what I just said? Like, some of the stuff that I like to enjoy about the game, you just can't do it on a stream for the first time. Like I like to soak in the atmosphere, read the story, like Diablo 1. Like I remember, like, when I was, a teenager, I had that game right before Zophar's Domain, right before I came up with Zophar's Domain, and I just remember the sights and how long the game would take to load and hearing my hard drive run. And with Diablo 2, I have none of the nostalgia factor because I was on the open beta for like a couple weeks and I was like, and every time I tried to read a thing, Rig and Vrex here, they played the game like a million times. So they're like, oh, next, go, Zophar, where are you? I didn't get to experience it. It's not their fault. So I'm giving it a B, regretfully. Probably would be higher if I had been able to soak it in the first time. It's nobody's fault. I can't give it anything higher than a B because I don't think of that game as, man, we gotta play Diablo 2 again. Like, but it was fun. You follow what I'm saying? Does that make sense? Remember when I amp damaged my? Yeah, that's one of the clips that'll go in the next BRB video. Brendan says you couldn't get into it until the expansion. Oh, okay, Diablo 2. You can see what I'm saying though with having the first real playthrough. Yeah, exactly. That was the only reason. Like, and I'll never know what it would have been like if. Wait, no, Gian DP. You're just mad at me that Double Switch is not part of this completed list. I never beat the game, damn it. Gian DP, you can in my brain, causing me pain. Now I need grog to lift all the fog. But I live to fight another day, me hearties. Do forget to pick up the bolts for my sorcerer. Bolts. You know, Phenomenon said he was going to mail fucking bolts to my house. That's what he said. I'm still waiting for the bolts. Laughs and quivers. What's up, Corner Disaster? Having power gamers dragging you through a first time
to your house.
There it is. Through a first time playthrough is not the way to go. It wasn't their fault. Exactly. Yeah, it's no one's fault, right? They were doing what they do. They played the game a bunch of times. They're power gamers, like you said. And I like to just kind of like go through and meander around and enjoy. So, you know, I'll never know what my first playthrough would have been like, and that's okay. By myself, that's okay. And it's still a good game. It is not a bad game. It is a good game, and I understand why some people find this to be one of the best. Okay, now we're getting into it. Die Hard. Okay, can we be honest for a second? This is a D. This is not a good game. I can't give it an F because I do enjoy speedrunning it. But Die Hard is not a good game. Yeah, D is for die. So this gets the first D rating. It's not Christmas tier. What's up, Nar Warrior? Street Fighter 2. What's up, Raise the Dead? I don't think I ever beat Street Fighter 2 on stream.
Now then, what brings you to my inner sanctum?
Gian_DP just subscribed with Prime.
Gian DP, thank you for the 4 months of Prime. You could have given you all Bezos bucks to anyone, but you gave them to the realm and the domain. Your support is greatly appreciated. Continue to enjoy the ad for viewing the emotes, the super duper secret sub on the Discord channel, and these sub badges. Any and all support is always appreciated. Christmas is only 5 days away, and Hanukkah is also 5 days away. We double dip my family. We celebrate both. Don't let me forget. I gotta add those 2 games shortly. So yeah. So Die Hard. It's a crap game that has a nonsensical speedrun that's fun to watch. Exactly. Since it's such a fast speedrun and it's so random, it's fun to do. But I did try to actually play that game off stream before I started speedrunning it, and it doesn't make any sense to me. The controls suck. The music is not great. I know I doodle to it, but it's not a good game. Let's be real. It's not good. That's why you refuse to play RPGs co-op with other people. That's understandable. Soda Pagoda says Batman NES could be that way too. What, a nonsensical speedrun? The Batman speedrun mostly makes sense except for the glitch part with the Joker, right? Okay, now we're going to start to really get controversial. Okay, you ready? You're going to hate me for this. Dracula Unleashed is a solid A for me. It's one of 2 FMV games that I absolutely love so much. It's like that movie that you like to watch over and over and over, like Lord of the Rings. I fully recognize that this should not be anywhere near the top there as a video game because it's FMV. I know. But the music is awesome. The acting is, I think, for a 90s FMV game, the acting I think is great. It's got the perfect blend of cheesiness and seriousness. It's got severed heads at a time when that kind of stuff in video games was almost unheard of, other than Mortal Kombat. It's got the wolves and blue fur ladies and vampires biting each other and shit. It's just so much fun. I love Dracula Unleashed for the Sega CD. It's one of my favorite games, and I've played that game multiple times. I think I streamed it twice. I've beaten it a bunch of times, and I would play this game tomorrow if it was, if it made sense for me to do it. I would do it. I love Dracula Unleashed, and it gets an A for me, and I recognize most people would probably put that C or so. Can I zoom the browser window in? What, like this? Or do you want me to, make it bigger? I don't know. Let's see. Zoom in. Like that? Is that better? Oh, the stupid ads. How do I get rid of this ad crap? I don't have an ad blocker on Safari. God damn it. And I can't refresh it or I'm going to lose all of my tier stuff. I guess I'll close that. Here we go. There. right, that's better. Is that look okay now? Zooming in like that? Yeah, first mistake was using Safari. Well, I was using Chrome, but I don't have an ad blocker on that one either. Can I close this crap? Yeah. No? Really? Oh dear. I don't even see like an X on this one over here. This whatever the hell, Nuclear something or other. What does it even do? I don't even want to know. Anyways, uBlock Origin before it doesn't work. Firefox is a little better. Just use uBlock Origin. Is there a uBlock Origin for Safari? How do I do that? Oh, on Firefox. Well, it doesn't help me now. I'm pretty sure if I stop in the middle, it's gonna wipe everything out. So we'll just keep going. Okay, Dragon Force. Dragon Force is a B. And that's because Dragon Force has a decent soundtrack depending on, you know, which one is playing. And it has good graphics. The plot is kind of silly. There's not really a whole lot going on with the plot. Honestly, it's not very memorable. I love when they attack each other, like the whole Braveheart style combat. Some of the music is actually really catchy. Dun, 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 doodly-doo. We don't know what the hell it is. Let's see. It just warns you to tell your medical provider about your medical conditions if you're taking oral or inhaled corticosteroid medicine. I don't know what the hell it is, but I don't know how to get rid of it. It doesn't have an X on it. Like there's no X. I can't X out of this shit. Man, I wish I had known this was full of ads. I would have prepared an ad blocker. Oh well, it is what it is at this point. Some type of medicine. Yeah, it's ding dong pills. Oh god. Is it really? Amazed you how many don't use ad blockers. I just never cared about them. Because I don't really visit sites that really have a lot of ads generally. So, I don't know. But apparently this one does. Okay, Dragon's Lair. Let's be real. Dragon's Lair is not a great game. It's not an awful game, but it's not great. This is like how people feel about FMV games. That's how I feel about these kind of games. Time Gale is kind of similar. You can play it one time. I know it's random, but it's not really at all. It's the same scenes. They're just out of order. And unlike Dracula Unleashed, I love that story. I loved watching it over and over. I don't really enjoy getting crushed over and over because I was off by a frame pressing, you know, the right button or the down button or whatever. It's very punishing. So yeah, Dragon's Lair, I'm sorry, it's a C. I played it. I streamed it once for you all. I would never play it again. It was making me rage really way too hard, and there was just so little. I couldn't play that one again. So yeah, so Dragon's Lair is not the worst. It's not horrible, but it's not great. And I can't give anything where I think it's not great anything higher than a C. You hate QTEs and FMV movies. Yeah, I can do both of those in the right context. If it's like Night Trop's another one I really love. We'll get to that in a bit though. But yeah, the stuff like Dragon's Lair it just doesn't do anything for me. The NES version is Z tier. Yeah, I heard the NES version is really bad. I mean, how do you even port something like that to any kind of system that couldn't do FMV? It makes no sense. What's Ninja Blade about, K-Dog Prime? Okay, DuckTales. DuckTales is a great game. Honestly, this is an A. You know, if I'm putting Contra as an A, then DuckTales is definitely an A. It's not too long. It's not super difficult, though you can change the challenge on it. It's got a great soundtrack. It's got the DuckTales theme. Dun, 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 dun. Life is like a doodle game here in Doodleburg. Like, come on. So DuckTales is great. I have nothing bad to say about it. It is a great game. They made a Wii U port years later, which I'd love to stream for you one day if I ever get my Wii U out of my son's room, that actually brought back the voice actors, specifically the voice actor who did pass away a couple years ago before he died that played Scrooge. He was also in The Secret of Monkey Island, the third one, Curse of Monkey Island, the pirate song. And it reminds me of a song. That's the voice of Scrooge McDuck too. So yeah, but anyways, DuckTales was amazing. I never played the second one for NES, no David Cage. I want to though, eventually. But since the one's the only one I played, and I loved it, and I beat it on stream, it's A. It's an A tier. DuckTales Remastered is on Steam also. That's cool. Is it on the Mac, though? Yeah, Mike Matei likes DuckTales, too. All right, then we have the D&D arcade games. They're fine. I'd probably put them as B tier. That's Shadow over Mystara and Tower of Doom. The gameplay's fun. The soundtrack is good. It's replayable. It's even better with multiple players. I think you could play 4 players with those. I don't really remember there being much in the way of plot or story. It's an arcade D&D. But they're so replayable, and they sound good and look good, that I can't not give it a B. There's a lot of stuff in B tier. So, yeah, those would get Bs from me. I really have to rethink the dot hacks. I don't know if they belong where they are. They might... Do you think the dot hacks should be C? Like, I'm looking at this list and I'm like, ugh. Like, let me look it over again. Like, Breath of Fire on the... Well, maybe. And the D&D... Yeah. I gotta think about it. The dot hacks might really be C's. I'll keep thinking about it. Okay. So you all were asking about what's going to go in F tier. Look, this is a really positive list. This, my friends, worst collaboration game I've ever played. Phenomenon's awesome. I love him. I love collaborating with him. This game was fucking horrible. This is Dungeon Explorer. It's the only game that had a good soundtrack that every other aspect was so fucking horrible that it gets an F from me.
Welcome to the other side.
I can't be sure, but I'm pretty sure that it would not have mattered. Like, I don't think I would have liked the game anymore if there had been no co-stream, if there had been no Phenomenon. I don't think I would have liked it anymore. I think the only difference would have been I wouldn't have beaten it. I would have said fuck this game after like a half an hour with it, and that would have been the end of it. We only did that game because Phenomenon suggested it, and it was 2 players, and he knows I like the Sega CD. Yeah, it turns out, Soda, I don't really care for Gauntlet games. I don't. I actually don't. I wouldn't give Gauntlet an F tier. I'd probably give Gauntlet a C, because I understand how influential it was. So I'd probably give Gauntlet a C. Oh, good news. New is now telling me about herpes zoster infections. This is getting better and better. I love you, Safari. Anyways, Dungeon Explorer is no way F, but it's hard for sure. Have you played the Sega CD? Well, of course you have GNDP. You know Sega CD. I thought the game was horrible. It was too hard for so little return. Like, I didn't feel at any point we accomplished anything when we beat levels. Like, the game doesn't reward you really with a whole lot. Yeah, I know you can buy stuff, but you need to buy stuff if you want any hope of getting anywhere. It just, I thought it was horrible. Load your cannons. You think volleys headed my way? No! You had to limit yourself. Clip farming heaven. Yeah. We have a lot of good clips from it. It's very tedious. It's very monotonous. Kid, you loved it because you had a game to play for a while, but you know where I'm coming from. Maybe I would have felt differently, GNDP, if I had played that as a kid. But of all the Sega CD games I owned and played, and I had a lot, I never played that one until we streamed it earlier this year. Now there's E.T. I gotta say, this is also an F. This was the first, this and Pac-Man for Atari 2600, exactly. This and Pac-Man for Atari 2600 were the first games I ever played. And I didn't understand it then, and 2 years ago when I finally beat the game on stream for the first time ever, I still don't understand it. There's no music, it's Atari, other than the intro, that do-do-doodle-doodle-doodle. The controls suck, the collision detection sucks. You fall into wells constantly. I get the dude that made it, who also did Yar's Revenge, only had like 4 weeks to make it. I get it. It doesn't make the game any better. It's trash. It's garbage. And the only reason I'm not raging as hard about this one as I was Dungeon Explorer is I didn't sink a shit ton of hours into E.T. as an adult like I did Dungeon Explorer. We put like over 20 hours of time into Dungeon Explorer. I only did like an hour of E.T. on stream, so Dungeon Explorer makes me a lot angrier than E.T., but they're both bad. Both F tier. F! The fixed version of E.T. is actually good. Oh, I heard there was a fixed version where they like do stuff like collision detection and whatever's better. The game crashed the industry, that's right. And then people used to think it was an urban legend about the E.T. cartridges being buried, and then someone actually like dug them up in a documentary and found them, and they really are there. There really are tens of thousands of ET cartridges that were buried in a landfill because they couldn't sell the stock. I think that's so funny. You know a streamer who can beat ET reliably? Who is it? Atari Beer Pong. He would, as Atari Beer Pong. He has a game that has a point. Oh, it's a point redemption on the streams, and he knows how to beat it, which he does routinely. That's awesome. I don't remember how to beat it anymore. I did learn 2 years ago for the stream. Someone taught me, but now I forget. Duke Darkwood says that was awesome. They proved the legend empirically. I should ask for lessons? Maybe. And you always fear what you don't understand. Spike Misery, of course, is correct. Okay, now. So we got some hot takes here. You ready? I fucking love Faxanadu. Faxanadu is my favorite Nintendo game and one of my favorite games of the 1980s. Faxanadu is amazing. One of the best soundtracks I've ever heard, and the best Nintendo soundtrack I've ever heard. It's been remixed a gazillion times. The graphics are very earthy, very tree-like. The plot and story is actually really interesting. The translation wasn't the best. I forgive it. It had keys, weapons, armor, magic. It sounds like my trailer. Weapons, armor, magic. This is one of my favorite games of all time. I love Faxanadu. It's why it's one of the few games I chose to speedrun. Unlike Home Alone, which is a gimme, Die Hard, which is just fun, and Virtual Highlight, which I told you how I feel about the soundtrack. I like it a lot. Faxanadu just hits everything for me. It literally does nothing wrong for me. I love it. I love Faxanadu. I could definitely see why you'd give it an A or a B. There's nothing wrong with any of those. But for me, it does everything right. Controls are tight. It's not too long. It's not too short. It's perfection. Chef's kiss. I like the Sneelds and the Nan daggers. You're right, Balinor. And I love saying Netto to everybody. It's also the first game I can remember with the glitch or the bug or whatever you want to call it that I can remember taking advantage of. You know, the whole 1,500 golds. This is not enough golds. Yes, it had kneeling potions too. No David Cage says Faxanadu has awful level design, enemy placement, and combat's very frustrating. I agree the level design is convoluted. It never bothered me though because I love everything else about the game so much. I don't agree that combat is frustrating if you understand how it works. But I do get it's very easy to die very fast in Faxanadu. Like for all that energy you have and all your equipment, if you're not in tune with how the game wants you to approach things like collision detecting and what parts of you count as being damaged, you'll get crushed. Purple Haze says that's Legend of Zelda for you as far as NES goes. Zelda's a great game too. So yeah, Faxanadu is an S tier for me. It's the very first S tier. Okay, Final Fantasy Mystic Quest. You're gonna hate me. This is gonna be I'm gonna get a lot of hate here. This is A tier, man. Let me tell you why. Oops, put it over here. Let me tell you why Mystic Quest is A tier.
What are you talking about?
Mystic Quest is A tier because of what the game was supposed to be. See, Darkmech says it's S tier. I could get behind that too. I think it's A tier because just like Faxanadu, it does everything right. People back then, now correct me if you disagree because I was there back then, no one saw this game and thought this was another Final Fantasy like the others. This was heavily marketed in all the game magazines. If you had Nintendo Power, if you had Game Pro or Game Fan, it was heavily marketed as a beginner's RPG. They were very clear and straightforward that it is a learning game. It was, Darkmax, it was marketed that way. It was in all the magazines. I remember it clearly. Even then, without knowing the whole Japanese games being harder, easy, all that stuff, like, they were very clear to me. It was the 3,000 years ago. They told us that it was a beginner's RPG. And so if you look at it from the lenses, it was a beginner RPG. The game's great. The soundtrack is fucking amazing. It sounds great. It looks great for it's like the other Super Nintendo RPGs. It looks really good. Pixel art's really pretty. It's not too long. Doesn't overstay its welcome. Sure, the battles don't have a lot going on with them, but the game isn't that long. I beat that game for the first time as a kid in maybe like 16, 17 hours. Which as a kid, that's nothing. Like, it's a great game. It's a fun game. It's not too long. It sounds good, looks good. Controls are solid. Doesn't have a high learning curve. It's an A. Absolutely an A. I enjoy Final Fantasy Mystic Quest like I enjoy Diablo. And that guy enjoyed Castlevania too. It's a good game. Very good game. Don't quote the deep magic to me, which I was there when it was written. It's very Chronicles of Narnia. Okay, Friday the 13th for NES. All right, so this is probably a C or a D. I'm gonna put it in C because I really like the cheesiness. I love the purple Jason because they didn't understand what Jason looked like. They were just given like a picture of him or something. The music is creepy. And then like the interludes when you're in the caverns give me like nightmares. Wah 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 wah. The game is, it's not something I think I'd play again, if I'm being honest. I was glad I beat it once. I like watching it played. I loved watching PGH Guitar Guy. He used to stream that game a lot, speedrun that. I think he's got the world record still. It's not the worst game ever. It's not really a great game. But because it's not the worst, and I like the cheesiness factor and the horror factor, it gets the D treatment for me. Just like D did, it gets a C. Just like D, it gets a C. The music is hypnotizing. No David Cage says you fucking hate Friday the 13th. Structure's nonsensical. I agree. The combat is horribly designed. I also agree. It takes too long. I also agree. And it drags on and never gets fun. I don't agree with the last part. For me, being able to finally beat the goddamn thing was fun. I don't feel that way about all games, but for some reason I always wanted to. So I could definitely understand people giving this a D or even an F. But for me, I give it a C. Because I acknowledge it is not a great game, it is not a good game, but I got enjoyment out of finishing it, and the music is creepy enough where for me it gets a C for me. Soda says, once you know how Friday the 13th works, it's one of those 5-minute games. Well, yeah, no doubt. If I remembered, I think the problem for me, Soda, and the reason I won't replay it, is because of the map and the way my brain works, no matter how many times I watch that played, I will never be able to do it without having a map up of Jason's route. My brain can't understand the whole rapping thing without seeing it in front of me. So that's a Zophar brain thing.
I kicked that fucking into the creek yesterday. It was useless.
Exactly. Then there's Friday the 13th RPG. Brendan says the worst part is thinking about how much better it could have been. Today we're getting a couple more months of dev time. Yeah, no doubt.
Welcome to
Jason's routes advanced. It's how to get to the locations. I can remember that, but I can't remember Jason's route. And that's if you, oh, you know what? I don't,
Your return to Soda was not part of our negotiations nor our agreement, so I must do nothing.
But you're tricked. Thanks so much for redeeming that piratey hat. You know that this chair continues to be high, says I, but what is true? That my debauchery was me way of compensating. The rum may always be gone, and I may be the worst pirate that ye ever heard of. Ye have heard of me. It's Doodly. There's September the 27th. A parody game of Jason called Saturday the 14th. Wait, what are these parody games about? Tell me about it. You feel like Phantasy Star leveled up my map abilities? I definitely got better at mapping thanks to games like Phantasy Star and Eye the Beholder. But man, what a frustrating experience at times. We'll get to that though. So then there's Friday the 13th RPG. I debated not putting this on the list because this is from a developer that has come to our stream before multiple times. Might even be lurking right now. So I feel weird even trying to assign this a rating. I had fun with it. I thought it was well done. I don't know that I'd ever play it again. I don't think there was really replay value on it. So honestly, this probably falls somewhere between a B and a C for me. And if I wasn't feeling worried about hurting someone's feelings, I'd probably give it a C. It's not bad. It was fun. I just don't know if I'd ever play it again. I don't know. It's somewhere between a B and a C. I don't know. I gotta think about this. What do you all think? Help me out with this one. I'm thinking this is somewhere between a B and a C. But it was good. It was well designed. It's just not replayable for me. And I don't remember why I didn't feel like it was replayable. Transqueena says C. Yar, we're pirates. Villains are the last thing we hurt during a raid. You're absolutely right about that. If you're thinking that, then you go C. Friday the 13th RPG, Dark Next. Do you remember when we were playing that game and the developer was here with us? You'd give it a C also, yeah. Yeah, we're all in agreement. If you're here, this is not a bad game. It's just not for me. It didn't have the replay value, which is a big factor for me. The music was good too. Yeah, ZBR more. Yep. But it's not bad. I wish we had like a B-. It really deserves a B-. What's up, Wallace the Sane? Welcome on in. Seven Saga's A tier. I love the Seven Saga. We were talking about this earlier. This is probably the most controversial of all of my list up here. Is probably Seven Saga because I genuinely enjoy playing that game. I would stream it again. Like GU, everyone probably thinks I just troll rig and GU. Like, oh, I'll play Seven Saga like playing Tech War, but no. I want them to play it because it's actually a good game, but it's crazy hard, and I want to see how they do with it. The Japanese version's fine. Well, that's the thing. Like, I feel like if you take away the bugs that were introduced by the way they changed the leveling up, you know, how they made it so you don't get as high stats, but the apprentices do, and so the game gets unfair at points. Like, that's what makes it so interesting, because it's so random, so you could wind up really fucked in a playthrough if you're not careful. Like, that's part of the challenge for me. I don't know why I like that and hate Battletoads. I'm not sure. But I do. I thought it had the perfect combination of graphics, sound, story, and randomness. Yep, definitely some of the best music more. Play as Legis, yeah, I'd probably have a bad time. You're gonna have a bad time. I would play, so I like playing as Asuna, I like playing as Valsu. I would like to do a run with Wilm at some point. I don't know if I could do Legis Soda. I don't know. You think playing as Legis makes it easier? But he's such a, like, he's made of glass. Legis is the alien, right? With the, what spells is he? See the fire spells? Right? Isn't Legis the fire spells? You think there's a difference in genuine, well-sculpted? Yeah, Legis is the demon, yeah. Oh, no, the demon. No, Wilm is the demon. Or am I wrong? Oh, no, you're right. Legis is the demon. Wilm is the alien. Legis is the demon. Right. You're right. Yeah, Wilm's the fire. Wilm is the alien. Yeah, you're right. Wilm's the alien. Yeah, because Legis has, like, the horns and shit. You're right. You are correct. All right. You ready? Hot takes coming up here. Another hot take. You all ready for the next hot take? This is gonna. I know I'm gonna get controversial responses to this one. Gabriel Knight 2: The Beast Within for the PC. The greatest FMV game and my favorite point-and-click video game of all time. This game, I could replay this 10,000 times. The soundtrack is incredible. They got like there's fucking opera music. They wrote an opera for this game. They wrote an opera for this game. No, that's the third one, Soda Pagoda. Grace is like a chair. That's coming up next. We're going to talk about 3 shortly. This is 2. Gabriel Knight 2 is amazing. Dean Erickson's amazing. The acting's amazing. The writing's amazing. The story's amazing. The twists are amazing. Von Glauer is an actual famous actor. Forget his name, unfortunately, but he's been in stuff. He was in, like, Madame Butterfly and a bunch of other stuff. Like, this is there was others, too. What's that other guy? The old guy? Herr Huber. He's been in stuff. Like, just everything was great about Gabriel Knight 2. No David Cage. I disagree vehemently with you. I think your take is hotter than mine. Respect it, but I think you're totally wrong. I think everything you said is the opposite of everything I think. I think it's exciting. I think it's funny, silly, serious when it needs to be. It has great puzzles. I didn't like the clock puzzle. That was kind of bullshit. But the rest of the puzzles and the tape puzzle was really hard. It's okay, 2 tough puzzles. I think the atmosphere was really dark and spooky. Oh, so yeah, I'd have to respectfully say everything you said. I see the opposite. Adrian Bauer says Gabriel Knight 2 is charming and goofy. Exactly. So I absolutely love Gabriel Knight 2, and it's my favorite point-and-click and FMV game of all time. You prefer the less sexually harassing Gabe from 2? I mean, honestly, I think the only reason why he was less so in 2 was it was live action, and they probably thought, ooh, we can't get away with this. But, I mean, that was kind of the point of his character, is that he was kind of a womanizer, but Grace loved him anyway. And that was just how he's written. You never heard of those games, Wallace is saying? Oh, it's definitely worth playing. Absolutely play Gabriel Knight 2. I don't want to spoil it. It's such a crazy, it's so good. It's so damn good. I love it. So that's where Gabriel Knight 2 would be. Okay, now we're going to talk about Gabriel Knight 3, which is not S tier. I am so torn with Gabriel Knight 3 because this game should have been so much better than it was. But it's definitely not the worst either. But that cat hair puzzle is so atrocious and such bullshit that I'm afraid I have to give this a C. I'm glad that I got to play it for all of you a couple years ago again, but I don't know that I would ever play it again. Unlike Gabriel Knight 2, which I could play that game once a year if you wanted me to, or more. But Gabriel Knight 3, it's not horrible, but it's got technical problems. I remember when it came out, most computers couldn't run it properly. It crashes. It crashed then. It crashes now sometimes, even on old hardware. And like I said, there's one specific puzzle that's the worst puzzle in any video game, except for maybe the bullshit in King's Quest with the backwards Rumpelstiltskin shit. So second worst puzzle in any video game I've ever seen. The last point-and-click game you played was Riven. Don't get me started on the Myst series. Now that's some crap. I hate the Myst games. I get a lot of people find them to be the best games ever. I hate them. Convoluted, confusing, no idea what to do, where to go. Like, no thanks. Not my game. Not my jam. But yeah, Gabriel Knight 3, if we weren't going to go by all the stuff I just said, the soundtrack is really good. The voice acting is really good. The plot, the story is good. The rest of it, the graphics were horrible. Especially by 1999-2000 standards. I mean, you were getting some of the best-looking PlayStation stuff at this point. And the PS2 was just about to come out. Gabriel Knight 3 did not look good. Gabriel Knight 3 looked like an early PlayStation title, is what it looked like. The backwards Rumpelstiltskin puzzle is the absolute worst puzzle. 100% Duke Dark would we agree. Total bullshit. Somebody told me on stream once that they figured it out as a kid. I was like, there's no way you figured that out. I was like, you did not figure that out, you cheated. Like, no, I figured it out. I'm like, there's no way. No way did you figure that out. Yeah, that's the one with Sydney. The Sydney puzzles were really hard, too. I found them to be way harder when I was a kid. I actually was able to figure it out as an adult. But then again, because I had beaten it as a kid, and I looked up the solution as a kid, I think some of that was already in my head. So if I had played it as an adult for the first time, I probably would have found it almost as difficult. But yeah, it was definitely post-Peak Sierra. Peak Sierra was Phantasmagoria and Gabriel Knight 2. 95 and 96 was their peak. Some people would disagree and say it was like the early 90s, like Space Quest 4, King's Quest 5, like that era. But I think 95, 96, that was when they really hit the peak for me. After that, it started to go downhill. But yeah, that's where I would rank it. Okay, Ghosts and Goblins. This is hard. First of all, this game is ridiculously difficult. I beat this for the first time, what was it, last year? I raged a lot, but I did get through it. It's got great graphics for the NES, especially for 1986. Good soundtrack. It's not super long, but it feels super long because of how hard it is. But once you know what to do, you can get through it easier. It's got 2 loops if you want to see the real ending. I feel like Ghosts and Goblins is a B. And I say Ghosts and Goblins is a B because it's just too hard for me to make it something I'd want to replay over and over. But on the other hand, it's short enough to where I would replay it probably now and then to get another crack at it. So B, I would say B. Ghosts and Goblins is a good game. Yeah, it's simultaneously S tier and F tier. That's accurate. Duke Darkwood says, no guides, no internet, stumbling around to try everything until something happened to work was brutal. Agreed. Ghosts and Goblins is wildly hard. It sure is. Watching people speedrun the game is rage-inducing. Yeah, you know, JC's working on it now. I have no doubt he's going to get a world record eventually. Because he always gets world records in everything he does. He's done Battletoads and gotten crazy times. So, if you can do Battletoads, you can do any game. So, I have no doubt he'll get it. No, David Cage says Phantasmagoria and Gabriel Knight would be Sierra's worst if not for King's Quest 3. Man, you got some hot takes. So then we have the Golden Axe games. Now, this is tricky. Personally, I think they're great, fun games. There's not a ton to either of them compared to games of today, or even some of the retro games of then. But for me, it has everything you'd want in a side-scroller. They're fun, they're short, They're not ridiculously hard, but they're challenging enough. You can lose. You saw with me and Rig. We lost twice before we got it on the third, and I played that game over and over the years. Golden Axe 2 I played for the first time earlier this year. I would put them probably... I'm going to put them both in B, but they might be A. I got to think about that. The thing is, the soundtrack's good. Not amazing, but it's good. It looks good. It's fun. That's the definition of B, isn't it? You would say Golden Axe 1 would be A tier? Maybe. Maybe an A minus. Maybe it belongs in between A and B. I gotta think about that one. And would I really equate 2 to 1? Like, I think 1 was a little better than 2. It really needs an A minus. Maybe it belongs in A. Let me see what's with A. Mystic Quest, DuckTales, Dracula. I don't know. It's somewhere between A and a B. I'm gonna leave it in B for now. I might change my mind. I think it's more like an A minus. We'll come back to it. I'll keep it in B for now. Doing the obvious. Thank you for redeeming the voice of Zophar. We'll get that for you now.
Zophar, your twisted words don't scare us. We will not allow you to pervert this world with your evil. Your game's up.
Wise men say forgiveness is divine, but never pay full price on a pizza.
And we're back. Hey, Sorrel, I'm sorry. I think I clicked away from the scene when you followed. But thank you so much for the follow and for joining the realm and the domain. Your support is greatly appreciated. Doodali. Doing the obvious says you're dating yourself a bit with that quote. Oh, yeah, that was Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, right? The first movie. That was the one, that wasn't the Go Ninja Go one. That was 2. TMNT 1 was the one with, Raphael was like, trying to be the leader of the group or whatever. Indeed we are. Indeed we are. We're basically tier rating every video game I've ever streamed and completed. I thought there were 100 of them, but we decided we wanted to include Home Alone and A Boy and His Blob also. And those games, I haven't added them to the list yet, we will. But those games would make 102. We've completed them with glitches. TMNT 1 is Oops, Crushes Shredder in the Garbage Truck. That's right, yeah, I remember one. Turtle Power. That's the one that, with MC Hammer, right? The second one's Vanilla Ice. Ninja, rap, go Ninja, go, go Ninja. That's the second one. One is the MC Hammer song. And he possessed turtle power, bow, 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 power, Teenage Mutant Ninja. Yeah, that one. I remember it. Partners in Crime was Turtle Power. Okay. I thought it was MC Hammer. Why did I think it was MC Hammer? TMN2's Vanilla Ice. Yeah, I know TMT was Vanilla Ice. He was even in the movie. They had the scene with him where they're doing the dance, and then they was in the credits too. I don't know why I thought Turtle Power was MC Hammer. So it's Partners in Crime. Interesting. I don't know why I thought it was. Let me go look. Is it like the Mandela effect? Let's see. MC Hammer TMNT. MC Hammer TMNTpedia fandom. MC Hammer. Oh, this is why. Because he contributed the song This Is What We Do, which is the first track. So because he contributed a song, everyone thought that the song he contributed was that song, but it wasn't. That makes sense. So he did contribute a song, I'm right about that. It just wasn't the one everyone and I thought it was. You don't know why it's funny, but it's generally the highlight of the movie. It had some good quotes. TMNT, the only good swing. The only thing I remember about TMNT 3, I remember 2 things. 1, they were going back in time. And 2, April O'Neil looked nothing like April O'Neil. She had super short hair and did not resemble the April O'Neil of any movie or comic book I've ever seen. And she talked about, I crammed 4 totally cool dudes into this little box when she was describing a Walkman. That's all I remember about 3. That's all I remember. I don't even know if I'm remembering it right. Okay, so everybody, Heart of the Alien. So I broke this down into 2 titles. Heart of the Alien, which is Out of This World 2 for the Sega CD, but it also came with Out of This World 1 on there. But there is no cover of Out of This World 1 because it's all one game. Like it's in one disc, it's one box. So I made another graphic for Out of This World 1 and I put it over here. So just be aware of that when we rate this. Okay, let's be real. Heart of the Alien is terrible. It's D tier. The only reason it's not F is I really liked the soundtrack. And the story of being able to play as the alien was a cool concept. But the collision detection was horrible. The game was really unfairly hard at points. There really wasn't much to the game compared to Out of This World. It definitely had a lot of problems, but it wasn't the very worst. It's just pretty crappy. It's a crappy game. It's not the very worst. So I would give Heart of the Alien D tier. Wait a minute. You're saying the actress that played April O'Neil in 3 is the same from 2? No way. They were different actresses. There's no way. Hold on, I'm looking that up. I'm calling bull. I'm calling bull. TMNT 3. I think it was called... might have been called Turtles in Time. Let's see. Doodle doodle doodly doodle doo. It's doodle. Doodly doo. Da 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 da. Hold on, what is it called? You used to. Really? Really? Where is it? TMNT. Come on. Oh my god. Come on, dude. Secret of the Ooze. Why is IMDb suck now? There it is. Okay, Paige Turco. Click on her.
I am the great Cornelio.
What? Wait, same actress? Why did she look so different and sound so different to me? Well, that's crazy. All right, well, okay, I'm wrong. Same actress. Oh, look at that. Obvious wasn't talking shit. A winner is you. I bow to you doing the obvious. It should have been obvious to me. Damn, that's crazy. That was a Zoe failure doing the obvious. K-Dog Prime is right. That was a Zoe failure. No David Cage liked Out of This World despite the awkward controls of Heart of the Alien ruined it, poor design, and difficult combat level design. I agree with you. So that's where I would put Heart of the Alien. Is she different from ones? Well, I no longer know the answer to that. I thought that all 3 were different, but now I don't know. You should ask doing the obvious. April in the first movie was Judith Hoag. Okay. Gotcha. Why did I... We need like a side-by-side screenshot of what she looked like in 2 and what she looked like in 3 so I can understand why my brain does not remember it being the same actress. She fit the persona well. I love the April O'Neil 1. Knowing is half the battle.
And knowing is half the battle.
Love American hero. Let me see if I can get rid of that ad. That ad is really annoying the shit out of me. Hold on, I'm gonna temporarily turn that off. See if I can get rid of this. Nah. Try as I might, I cannot make it go away. Every time I try to click to make it go away, I just wind up reading more about Nucala. It's an asthma treatment, by the way, is what I'm learning here. Dude, I can't get rid of it. It won't go away. It won't go away! So it is what it is. Okay. You've all been waiting for it. It's 11 o'clock. You've been waiting for this moment. Hyde lied. Was there any doubt where I was going to put this piece of shit? It remains the worst fucking video game that I have ever played to completion. There is nothing good about it. Nothing is good about Hyde Light. At least Dungeon Explorer has a good soundtrack, but the rest of it's so horrible I had to put it in F also. Hyde Light has nothing. The graphics suck. The music sucks. It's repetitive. The trying to fight enemies sucks. You know, constantly die. The save feature isn't really a save feature. It's kind of sort of a save RAM password feature. It's too long. It's boring. It's convoluted. It's just terrible. But it did give us great clips. You're right. It did. Adrian Bauer, Highlight got a triple S rank. No, it didn't. What's up, Adrian Bauer? Owlboy is not on this, by the way, because we didn't beat it. We only put games on here that we beat. One of these days, I need to get back to that Adrian Bauer. Common Pantsu says, what's the second game on S tier? Oh, I'm sorry. Faxanadu and Gabriel Knight 2, The Beast Within are the two games on S tier. And those are its good points, exactly. The game is legendarily shitty. I am kind of curious, though, what No David Cage thinks about this. Do you agree with my F rating of Highlight? Gents Queen says, too bad I didn't finish Dragon Song. F. So I want you all to know, I haven't thrown in the towel on it. I just need a long break from it. The game is just, I can only handle so much badness at one time. You never played it, and you never will, because you don't torture yourself. I played it, No David Cage, so you don't have to. Faxanadu is incredible. So there was a fan remake a few years back. I beta tested for him too. He was interesting. He's a very interesting person. I don't remember his name anymore, but he created a fan remake of Faxanadu for PC and Mac, and I was testing the Mac version. This was in, like, I don't know, maybe 2008, 2009, something like that, 2010, like that era. But yeah, he was interesting. He made some other stuff too that we'll never play on stream because it's way too controversial, even for me. But yeah, it was actually a really solid remake. But yeah, so that's where Highlight goes and where it will stay. It is the worst, without a doubt, the worst video game that I have ever played to completion, by far. Now, I might decide Lunar Dragon Song is the worst when we one day beat it, if we one day beat it. But I don't think so, because at least Lunar Dragon Song has a competent soundtrack, which this does not. This has nothing. This literally has nothing. There's nothing good about it. The font is stupid. The fucking graphic on the box is stupid. The manual lies. Like this, everything about it is stupid. It's all bad. It's literally all bad. I said it's doodle-doo. It's doodle-doo. Doodle-doo. Thank you, Radiant Lights. Excuse me. Thank you, Chronomark, for the video Twilight, and Radiant Lights for the game. Sometimes you just gotta wait. Purple Haze wants to know if I'd ever play the other versions of Highlight to see how they fare. So, I don't want to say definitively no. I hate closing the door on anything. But I would say it is more likely than not that the answer would be no. It's not a hard, definitely not, but I can think of at least 500 other games I would like to do before I consider that. I'll put it that way. Duke Darkwood says it has a music that will almost make me hate the Raiders March. Does that count? Highlight does equal sadness and rage. Virtual Highlight, we're going to talk about Virtual Highlight. That's going to be when we get to V. That's here. Virtual Highlight's in here. It's right there. But we're on K now. K is for Kung Fu. This is a tough one. This is honestly... So I beat a loop of this for the first time ever, excuse me, during that subathon a month or two ago. I like this game, and I can replay this game. I wouldn't say there's much to this game. I don't know. This is probably somewhere between a B and a C for me. Probably a C. There's just not enough going on with the game to make it memorable, but it's not horrible. It's not garbage. It's fine. It's fine. The game is fine. The game's fine. Yeah, this is a C. This is not a game I think, oh man, I gotta go play Kung Fu. But it's also not a game where I think, I'll never play this piece of shit again, you know? Kung Fu's fine. Soundtrack, there's not much going on there. It gets a B on nostalgia. I'd agree with that. C is where Kung Fu belongs now. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, this definitely belongs as a C. Mad Dog McCree is also a C. This is your generic FMV game. So when people think of generic FMV, this is really what they're thinking of, this kind of game. So Mad Dog McCree is a shooting game. And it's literally just shooting you're the cowboy, I guess, coming to town, you know, you're the new sheriff in town, and you're getting the bad criminals and the bank robbers, and
Fire,
it's
fire,
no substance.
fire.
The acting's cheesy. The graphics are, even for Sega CD, they're not great. They're not the worst, but they're not great. It's you play the game once, you can beat the game in half an hour, and it's not a game that I would revisit a lot. Yeah, it's a light gun FMV game. Yeah, when I say shooter, I mean light gun FMV. You're right. That's what it would be considered. So that's where that would go. Then there's Mansion of Hidden Souls, and this is another C game for me. Honestly, this is great to play around Halloween. It's got a nice ambiance. Soundtrack is good. It looks good for Sega CD. The frame rate is terrible. People like to joke about Virtual Highlight's frame rate. You haven't played Mansion of Hidden Souls for Sega CD. If you want to see an actual bad frame rate, it's Mansion of Hidden Souls. That game's ridiculous. That game runs at times. There are times where it really is in seconds per frame. Like, there are points of the game where it really is like a frame a second or a frame every 2 seconds. Virtual Highlight never. That does not actually happen in Virtual Highlight. Virtual Highlight does drop down to like 7 or 8 frames at times, but Mansion of Hidden Souls actually drops to seconds per frame. But nobody remembers it, so nobody jokes about it. That game's a C. It's not the worst game I've ever played, but it's got serious graphical frame rate issues, and it's 0 replay value. Once you know what to do, you know what to do forever, and there's really nothing in there that's worth... I like to play that game just to show people that have never seen it before. So that's where I would put Mansion of Hidden Souls. Hey! We got a raid tonight. It's Hey Sorrel. Hey Sorrel, raiding us tonight, my friends. OMG!
Here we go.
With a party of 8 viewers.
Thank you so much for the
Next
raid.
stop,
Welcome on in, Raiders.
Zophar's
I am
Domain.
Zophar, founder of the Emulation Archive, Zophar's Domain. Tonight we are doing a tier list of all 100-ish games that I have completed on stream. What were you playing tonight, Hey Sorrel? And thank you so much, Duggar Video Games, for the follow and for joining the realm and the domain. Your support is greatly appreciated. Sneaky, sneaky. Welcome on in, Draconic Dude. Good to see you. It's a charade. So what were you playing? You're running through Xenogears on the PlayStation. Nice. One of these days we're going to do that game. How are you enjoying it so far? What's up, VV Vito? It's been fun. Nice. Your emulation here. I appreciate you, Kane. But I could not have done it without all of the amazing people that helped make Zophar's Domain what it became over the years, including, but not limited to, Eva Homer, Infi, Alan, Stickfigure, Nitro, Lysia, Hypnomaniac, B, and Ubidi, Rajai, Taija, Tycon, CD, Azor for your Martini, Monty, 2K, D-Lever, Edman, and Lev. So thank you. But thank them. For they are the true heroes. Wish you would have kept your copy of Xenogears. I'm pretty sure I still have mine. I sure do. I sure doodly 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 do. I didn't get anywhere in it. I've owned this game since like whenever it came out, 98 or 99, whatever year it was. And I played it for like maybe an hour, and that was it. This was during the time of Zophar's Domain, so there's a lot of games during this time that I just didn't do anything with. Doodle 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 doodly doo. So there you go. How could I give Kung Fu anything less than S tier? F! I'm sorry, Piracy. Good to see you, by the way. Hope you're doing well. You finished it and loved it? Yeah, we're definitely going to do it at some point, for sure. It's educational. Nice. You think I'd really like it? Yeah, definitely going to give it a shot at some point. All right. So now we're up to M. We're like, I don't know, almost halfway through. So, Metroid. I think this game is spectacular. I love Metroid. Metroid's an A, man. I know there's a lot of people that don't like the first one, think that the quality of life is just too terrible. You do get lost a lot. You do kind of run around everywhere trying to figure out where you are. But who cares? It's got great music. It's spooky, dark, atmospheric. You're in space where no one can hear you scream. And then when you finally make it to Mother Brain, and you see that giant brain and just that room and like just the game is great. Metroid is great. Anybody that thinks it's not, you weren't there. Metroid is great. Easy A tier. You agree? Good. Duggar Video Game says, oh man, ET for the 2600. You're annoyed to learn that many years later that game 1 is hardest and 3 is the easiest. Yeah, if you play 3, you don't have to deal with the doctor or the FBI dude. I didn't know that either for years. And it was the very first game I ever played, that and Pac-Man, back in 1985 when I was 5 years old. Trash Cat Heckin' Chunker has strong feelings about Metroid games, a masterpiece. It really is. It really is a masterpiece. Original Metroid's still good after all these years. 100% agreed. I had live correct. What are we talking about? Sails into a tier. Could be shooting S tier. Indeed. Wait, M, did you miss? There's some further reason down the list. Wait, what are we talking about? Chronomark says, living the Metroid life. Exactly. Rogue Dawn is S tier. Haven't played that one. 85, you weren't even born back then. F, I'm old. I'm 44. Trash Cat Heckin' Chonker says, you can understand an S tier rating for Metroid. Oh, I could too. And that's the same here, Trash Cat Heckin' Chonker. Because I get lost easily, I can't give it an S. I would if I could. Faxanadu I can, and I don't know why, because I love both those games, but I love Faxanadu even more. And I think Metroid's level design is more convoluted than Faxanadu's. It's easier to get lost in Metroid, but it's so good, I don't care. They're both great. Old as hell, but still great. 100%. Great replayability. 100% it does. It's honestly the first speedrunning game, if you think about it, where beating the game in a certain amount of time, even though there was no on-screen indication, actually mattered. What other game before Metroid did the speed of how fast you beat it matter? I can't really think of any before that. Too many rooms like the same as do the fake rooms. Yeah, but for 1986. Duke Darkwood says for some reason you thought the Lunar games would have been under L. Oh shit, why are they not under L? How the hell did they get there? I guess when I was putting the pictures in there, I shuffled them out of order. You're right. We got to do L next. Yeah, I don't know why the Lunar games wound up after P. I just messed up, I guess. L M O P. Yeah. Well, how the fuck did that happen? Damn. All right. Well, we're gonna go out. We're gonna go fix the order. I can't. I don't think I can shuffle them around now. Oh, I can. Oh, good. Let's fix that. Doodly doodly doo. Hold on, I'm gonna fix it right now. Yeah, sorry about that, everyone. I don't know what the hell I did. Guess I was drunk or something when I did this. Let's see. M, Might and Magic would go here. Okay, did I get it? Did I get everything? That's Return to Monkey Island. That's right. Popful Mail's here. OP. Get this over here. Wait, why do we have 2 Mansion of Hidden Souls? How the fuck did that happen? Look, I have 2 Mansions of Hidden Souls. I have no idea why. Damn it. Is there a way to... I can't fix this now, can I? Without losing my tier rating. Alright, we're going to put this where it belongs up here. Yeah, I don't know how that happened. Just pretend that's 1. Damn. I guess I was going too fast. Let's see. N, N, P, 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 L, N, N, P... This should be over here. And then this is Mike Tyson's Punch-Out. M belongs here. Punisher, P. Fantasy Star, Popful Mail, P. Okay, the rest of this looks correct. I don't know how that happened. And I don't know why we have 2 Mansion of Hidden Souls. So just pretend there's only 1. People are anxious to see Lunar already. Oh, we're getting there. We're getting there. But for you, all these 90s RPGs were hard because of the language barrier. Punch-Outs in M, Mike Tyson. One of them was hidden. Punch-Out's awesome for all ages. 100% agree with all of that. All right, everybody ready? Okay. I need a minute to think about this now because I love all 4 of these in different ways. We'll start with...
Now then, what brings you to my inner sanctum?
The _NA just subscribed for 9 months. Fantasy Star 2 not instant S. Unsubscribe.
Earth Vine, thank you so much for the 9 months. Your support of the realm and the domain is greatly appreciated. You immortal you. Continue to enjoy your ad for viewing the emotes, the super duper secret sub only Discord channel, and the sub badges, which are right up there. If you subscribe, you are supporting Zophar paying all of his bills and all of the stuff that he has to pay because he can't manage his money. No, seriously though, I do appreciate all your support. Just do Lunar 2 first and end our suspense. This is really hard because I got such a nostalgia factor here. This is hard. Damn, I knew I was going to have trouble when I got to this point. Okay. This is what I would say. One thing I will tell you definitively, I think you all know this if you've watched my streams for long enough, is that I love all 4 of these, but I've always said I enjoy Lunar for Sega CD more than the PlayStation version, because even though the PlayStation version has the superior cutscenes and more characters, I like the soundtrack. They're both great, but I like the soundtrack to the Sega CD version even better than the PlayStation version, and I liked the darker story of the Sega CD version. The stuff with the Talon mines and the village getting kidnapped and, like, none of that stuff. Luna leaving you way early. Like, none of that stuff. It all gets changed in the PlayStation version. So that would mean I have to put this ahead of this. I can't put them on the same tier. But this is one of my favorite games of all time, which would mean that Lunar for Sega CD gets S tier and Lunar for PlayStation gets A tier. That's what that means. It has to be like that. It can't not be like that. It has to be. They're both great games, but the Sega CD version is my baby. I love everything about it. It's beautiful. Yes, I know it has quality of life issues. I'm aware of that. It has a bunch of spells, half of them you never use. It has an item inventory management system that sucks. I don't give a shit. It evoked feelings in me that I never knew that were awakened in 1993 at the tender age of 13. So the Sega CD version is S tier. The music is OP. It is literally the greatest soundtrack of any video game I've ever heard. The Lunar 1 soundtrack. And that's saying a lot, because I also think Gabriel Knight 2 is the greatest PC soundtrack I've ever heard. In fact, Xanadu is the best NES soundtrack I've ever heard. But Lunar is the best overall soundtrack, period. So it's not that this is bad. This isn't bad at all. This is amazing. But I think this is better. This is better for me. So that's why this is S and this is A. Let's see what everyone's saying before we go to the next part. K-Dog Prime says, who cares about order? Chaos is more fun. That's true. Don Flamenco, oh, you're talking about Tyson? I like Don Flamenco one. You agree 100% Purple Haze? Trash Cat thinks it's an excellent take. So where's Night Trap? Night Trap's right here. We haven't rated it yet. It's down here. You'd have to make a God tier. You should really play the Sega CD version. It's really worth it. Music is great from Lunar 1 and fit the themes. Agreed, Soda Pagoda. Yeah, we haven't gotten to the ends yet. They're over here. Got a Lark. What's up, Mother Antares? Good to see you. Mother Antares, we're talking about some games today that have elves in them. I hope you're doing well. Willie Beamer should be S tier unless it's the awful Sega CD port. No David Cage. We're going to have a word. No, I'm kidding. K-Dog Prime says, chewing arm. Now, you know, I want to hear everyone's opinion. Transqueena says, you enjoyed Lunar for Sega CD, but the dungeon design was terrible. The dungeons were convoluted in 1 compared to the PlayStation version. I will give you that. For me, I remember Transqueena getting so horribly lost in 1 in particular, the one that was in the Lan Island fishing village. Remember the whole fake Dragon Master thing? There's this part of that cave where you have to go underneath. You know what I'm talking about? Like there's an overhang, and the game expects you to understand you can pass through that it's just the top of the dungeon. But no other dungeon before or after that in the game is like that. So I sat there for hours just wandering around and around and around, getting a ton of experience, but just wandering around until I figured out that the game wanted you to just kind of walk through. Zophar gets lost in a video game. Inconceivable. Legends was a completely different game altogether. Which, Lunar Legend? Yeah, everything that wasn't working designs, I'm not a fan of what they did with the Lunar series. I just don't think I hate to say it, I don't think the publishers give a shit. You can say what you want about Vic Ireland, I get it. A lot of stuff people say is true, I've learned recently. But he did care about those games, and they're not the same without him. And it's pretty clear Gung Ho doesn't give... I'm just going to say it. I don't think Gung Ho gives a shit. Their social media person probably isn't allowed to say anything or just doesn't care. They don't respond to anything. Like, they're just doing what they're doing. I think it's a money grab, just like Grandia was. But that's fine, because we're not talking about inferior remasters. We're talking about great games and more that I have completed on stream. Or not so great games. Can't be equally as shitty as Dragon Song. That's true. Dragon Song is definitely the bar of bad. You like the smooth jazz cover of Searching Friends? It's good, right? All right, so that's where Lunar falls. Now, what about Lunar 2? Now it gets really tough. Here's why. This, for me, is very cut and dry. I know how I feel about these. These are a little different. Lunar 2 is my favorite video game of all time. I think you all know that by now. I named myself and my old emulation archive website Zophar's domain after it. You know that. But which version? Doing the obvious is correct in that I agree it's very rude to the player at times. Here's some examples of bullshit. Borgen's Turn 0 gravity bomb is a shitload of fuck. Doesn't even happen in the second one. But in the first one, he can randomly decide, before you even get to do anything, no other enemies like this in the game, that he can gravity bomb you with no defense. And if you get gravity bombed on turn 0, like we did when we streamed this almost 3 years ago, for all of you, you're douched. You're not going to recover. So that's bullshit. The game, because of Vic Ireland, makes you choose between magic experience to level your spells or save experience. Or saving your game.
Oh, I wish I hadn't killed that fish.
Nintendo did have awesome music, I agree. The PlayStation version did tone down the bullshit. It got rid of both of those problems. It turned the random battles, of which there were a lot of random battles, it turned them into battles you can see the enemy. So Lunar 2 did clean up a lot of that stuff. But there's one thing about the PlayStation version that bugs me a little bit. Two things. And this is why this is even harder for me to rate. The first thing is Zophar's domain. They completely changed Zophar's domain. They actually, number one, they made it easier, which I think that should be difficult, because it's Zophar's domain. It's shorter, too. In the Sega CD version, it's like a puzzle. You got to spiral up the domain and, you know, hit the switches and all the shit. All that was absent from the PlayStation version. And then, like, fighting the fiends again, like, they ripped a lot of stuff out of the PlayStation version of Zophar's domain. So that was a little disappointing. Then the other thing that I think was a mistake, because in almost every other way the PlayStation version is better, but the other thing that I think was a mistake is that in the pivotal moment, mute me if you don't want to hear a spoiler for Lunar 2, alright? I'll give you 5 seconds to mute me if you haven't played it or haven't watched me play it, because I'm going to give you a massive spoiler now. 4, 3, 2, 1. Yeah, and I took that personally. It's like the meme. Okay, your spoiler warning is up. Here it is. There's this massive reveal that Lucia's mission is actually to destroy the entire world, like Leo said she would. That's really what she's supposed to do. In order to defeat Zophar, she has to invoke the power of Althena, which means she has to destroy everybody. And you find that out from Zophar. And when that happens in the Sega CD version, it's like this reveal, and the music like stops and gets all crazy, and Zophar starts laughing. But in the PlayStation version, the reveal is more of like it's kind of eased into. Like, oh, you didn't tell them? Zophar must be lying. She never told us that. Like, it just didn't feel as good of a reveal. That's for me, remember, another part of the game that's real important is I love the big twists and the big reveals and the epic moments, and I really think they didn't stick the landing on the PlayStation version on that part. Those are the two problems I have with it. They're still my favorite games of all time. Alright, unmute. Now, that being said, everything else, the PlayStation version is superior. So is one version my favorite over the other? It's a tough one, because those two things that might seem minor to you are really big deals to me, because they're such pivotal moments of the game. So I think we've answered the question, unfortunately. I think we already know the answer to this. They're both S tier because I can't decide. Both games should be played. If you want the whole experience, play them both. I don't think one is better or worse than the other when you add it all together. Lunar 2 for PlayStation absolutely has the better cutscenes, absolutely has the graphical element to it. But the Sega CD version has those two differences that I like better in the Sega CD version that we just talked about that I don't want to spoil if you muted me. And the soundtrack, even though the quality from a frequency perspective is better on the PlayStation version, the Sega CD was more instrumental, like didn't sound like MIDI, even though it was lower quality. So I think you need both versions together. And this is why I'm so angry about the whole gung-ho thing, because it's Lunar 2 that needs the remaster the right way, and it's Lunar 2 that needs the voice actors. And that's why I'm so annoyed that Gung Ho won't fucking respond, and why they can't just get everyone in a room, talk to Vic Ireland and Game Arts and Jenny Steigel. You definitely need to talk to Jenny Steigel, Gung Ho, alright? I'm not going to say any more about that. You really need to talk to her, too. And just get the voice acting in there, alright? Just do the right thing. So they both fall into S tier. You got to do them both. I can't decide which one I like more. I wish you could just merge them together. And I wish Gung Ho would do the right thing for its fans, which I don't know that they're going to do right now. Okay, so now you know. Which one should get played first? I would say the Sega CD version first, Trash Cat, Heck, and Chonker. It'll give you those little things I told you are so important to me that I think you would enjoy too. And then you'll appreciate the PlayStation version fixing most of the problems with the Sega CD version from a quality of life perspective. I haven't played Valkyrie Profile yet, but people tell me it's worth it. Ice levels are always the worst, but that dungeon takes it to the extreme. What are we talking about? Valkyrie Profile, right. You didn't care for Valkyrie Profile 1? Sega CD, better story presentation, but you also move up in tech when you switch versions. Oh, for Lunar 2? Yes. Correct. Agreed. Sega CD first. So there you go. That's the Lunars. Alright. Might and Magic, Gates to Another World. This is a B tier game. I debated putting this in C. I debated putting that in C, but the game is so weird, and it's got neat references, pop culture references. It's got Mr. Roboto, Kilroy was here. It's got weird time traveling. Like, it's a weird game, and there's a lot going on with it. And it has a lot of problems, but I have to give it a B, because the game is worth playing. But prepare yourself for a really long adventure if you choose to not take advantage of the gold item cheat bug, which I did take advantage of so that I didn't have to spend 50 hours leveling. I totally did do that, and I beat it for the first time. I think it was last year on stream. But I think it's, the soundtrack is solid. It's fine. Graphics are fine. But it's really the weird plot and story that makes it B tier for me. It's definitely worth experiencing. I would check it out. Okay, now, Mike Tyson's Punch-Out. Absolutely A tier right here. Mike Tyson's Punch-Out is a great game. One of my favorite NES games of all time. Probably my favorite. It's probably my favorite non-RPG NES RPG. My favorite non-RPG on the NES. How's that? It's my favorite Nintendo game that's not an RPG. That's what I'm trying to say. It's fun. I don't find the game hard. This is weird. Most people find this game that I talk to really difficult. For reasons I'm not 100% clear on, I don't find it hard. It can be a challenge. I've lost to Tyson before. I would say, playing from start to finish, I probably have a 1 in 2 chance of dying to Tyson the first try. Like, I'm probably 50-50 on a complete playthrough straight through. But if you let me practice Tyson a few rounds, I'll beat him every time after like the 3rd or 4th try. I know the patterns pretty damn well. I wouldn't speedrun it because the Summoning Salt and so many others have the game so goddamn optimized. Like, he's right now grinding. Summoning Salt was grinding. We rated him yesterday. He is grinding for a sub 2 in beating Mike Tyson. So beat Mike Tyson in round 1 in under 2 minutes, and and it's possible. I couldn't do that. I'm not that good. So that means that S tier NES games can only be RPGs. Probably in my head, but we'll see as we get further down the list. In my head, I would say so for me. You like that Shigeru Miyamoto was not happy about Mario being used as the ref? He wasn't? Wait, why didn't you like him being used as a referee? I always loved that fact that he was in Punch-Out. Did he feel the same about Jumpman and Donkey Kong? I want to hear the story. Tell me more. That's why Mario's in the Super Punch-Out or Punch-Out Wii. Why didn't he like it, though? The Nate wants to know, what are the tiers? Shit is better than awful, is better than bad, is better than chill, is better than decent, is better than extra fucking fantastic. So they're based on my enjoyment of the game overall. I take soundtrack into account, which is very high. The story and the plot twists, very high. So you'll notice all of the games in S tier are games with amazing soundtracks and or really deep, interesting plots. And then that goes for some of the stuff in A as well. Once you get to C tier is the stuff that it's fine. I enjoyed playing it. I don't think I'd ever play it again. D is the game sucks, but it's not the worst I've ever played. And F is the worst shit I've ever played. So that's what C, D, and F are all about. B, the game's good. Solid game, fun game. I'd play it a game. It's not the best I've ever played, but it's a good game. A is a great game. Really great. Really enjoyed. A lot of fun. Yeah, there might be a few little things here and there, but I let them go. And then S is my favorite games of all time. That's how the tier system is working. You should have put a cap after that. F! You think Mario cameos are great? He pops Chip and Alio for Game Boy? I didn't know that. Miyamoto was the referee. Mario is, yeah. You'd have to ask Shigeru Miyamoto. So he never tells you why, just that he doesn't like it? Interesting. All right, let's move on. Which Monkey Island is this? Okay, this is Monkey Island 2 LeChuck's Revenge. This is a B. This game's fine. This game's good. This game's hard. If you play it on Mega Monkey mode, I think it's called, or whatever the hard mode is. Some of those puzzles are really, really hard. But looks good, sounds good, solid point and click. Enjoyable, funny, silly. The ending is kind of a letdown, but I think that's kind of the joke of the game. Big whoop. Get it? Big whoop. So I think that was kind of the whole point, was that the whole time the game is telling you that the goal is the big whoop, and then it turns out it really is a big whoop. So I'll give it credit there. So it's a B. It's a good game. Definitely worth playing. Monkey Island 2 is S tier until the ending, which is F tier. Yeah. I mean, you could make that argument. The ending, like I said, is... But it's also supposed to be a joke. So I understand both sides. That's why it's a B for me. Okay. Mortal Kombat Mythologies. Fuck this shit. This game sucks. No, it is not a C. This is the only game I think that's going to be on this list that has great graphics, good soundtrack, kind of an interesting story what they tried to do with it, but the controls are so atrocious. No, Highlight's the worst of. They're so atrocious that is in among the worst video games I've ever played. It's the only game I can really think of where... Exactly. See, Wallace the Sane says the same thing. You can't understand how bad it is until you pick up the controller and try to play it. I cannot help you understand why it's so bad. Even if you watch it, you might still think it's good and just think the player, playing it sucks at the game. Play it. Just play it. Play it for a half an hour. And I promise you, I almost guarantee you, you will come to the same conclusion that I did. Brandon says the controls are so bad, it's like the game is gaslighting. Exactly. You can't tell if the controller's even hooked up. Absolutely. Yeah, you know what? I'm wrong. It's not a half an hour. It's like 2 minutes. It's like half a minute, yeah. Chad, I'm sorry. I'm out of grog. I have to go grab some. I'll be right back. Your best Zophar.
I'm going to get some angel tears. I'll be right back, guys.
All right, we're back. More mead? Power Metal Dancing Mad, exactly. You didn't notice the Power Metal. It's really good. Yeah, this is a bunch of overclocked stuff. If you remember overclocked. OC Remix specifically. And we are on Final Fantasy VI Prancing Dad OC Remix. How far down the list are we right now? I'm trying to see where we're at. Okay, we're over here. Yeah, we got a lot more music to go. OC Remix is freaking awesome. Yeah, that one's good too. They're all really good. So, Night Trap. Night Trap is A for me. Night Trap, along with Dracula Unleashed, are my 2 favorite FMV games of all time. Night Trap, unlike Dracula Unleashed, which I love the story, Night Trap's just fucking silly and awesome and cheesy. I mean, come on. It's got toothless ninja vampires, and Sega, because of all the, well, specifically Digital Pictures, because of all the pressure, you know, of the studios, of not, you know, oh, we're not, it's violence, you're being violent against, you know, whatever, so make the vampires less threatening. So instead of having vampires suck your blood with their teeth, they thought it would be better to take a metal auger type drill, and instead of biting you to get your blood, they would drill into your neck to get your blood. Because that was less violent. Good job. It's just awesome. Yeah, Palandrin, I've never played on stream. I've never streamed Gabriel Knight 1. I have played it, but this tier list is specifically games that I have streamed and completed, of which there are 102. Turned out, I thought there were 100. There's really 102 of them. So because I haven't streamed and beaten Gabriel Knight 1, it's not on this list. Toothless Vampires. They should get theirs by the can or bottle. Exactly. So, and then the music. Doodle, doodle, doodle. Doodle, doodle, doodle. Doodle, doodle, doodle. I mean, come on. Like, there's nothing better. There's nothing better. It's amazing. It's just amazing. There's 2. Yeah, that's true. So really, this doesn't. Yeah, this is. So this would be 99, and then you add Home Alone and Boyness Blob, and you get 101. So you're correct. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know why I did that. I wasn't thinking. I really want to fix it now, but I'm worried that I can't. Like, I don't know what saving it will do. It'll probably just make a PDF of it or something. So I'll leave it doubled up like this for now. I don't want to wipe out what I did. Duke Darkwood says, now there's a question. Wait, what's the question? Yeah, I think it might fuck it up too. Doodly doodle 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 doodly doodle doodly doodle 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 doodly doodle. If a vampire drank from too many diabetics, would their teeth rot? That's probably why their teeth rotted. They probably drank from too many people with diabetes. It actually makes sense. 3 of my 4 grandparents has diabetes. Diabetes sucks. I hope I don't end up with it. I don't want it. That's why I'm losing weight. One of a few reasons why. But that's probably why. That would make sense. Ninja Gaiden. Okay. Ninja Gaiden. Ninja Gaiden is a B tier game. Game is fine. Story's interesting. Graphics, cutscenes. I can't think of many NES games before then with cutscenes in them. I love the soundtrack. The game has a lot of problems. There's, I'm not a fan of the endless enemy juggling. Like, if you get hit by an enemy and you don't, like, if you mess up, just like the way Faxanadu is, you could wind up dying very fucking fast. I just think Faxanadu is much more forgiving with that, and it's easier to learn the system. It took me decades to learn how to beat Ninja Gaiden. I had to watch Arcus and the Retro Runner speedrun that game thousands of times before I was finally able to beat it myself as an adult on stream. So, I don't think Ninja Gaiden is a bad game. It's actually a good game, and I get why it's some people's favorite games. It's not one of my favorites, but I also don't hate it, so I give it a B. That's why it's a B for me. You're working on it too, Iron Weasel? Nice. You're about to ask, I have Lucia's pendant? Haha! That's right, we were supposed to be keeping Jenny Steigel safe and sound in here. By the way, if you're into Lunar 2 and Working Designs games, we did an interview with Jenny Steigel on stream a few weeks back, and that's part 1 of the YouTube video right there, and part 2 is after part 1, so enjoy. Wallace the Saint says, Ninja Gaiden is high B or low A. Yeah, I agree. So I'm putting it in B based on my enjoyment of it. You've owned Ninja Gaiden since it originally came out and you still haven't beat it. It's really hard. Thanks, Trash Cat. I'm glad you enjoyed it. What's up, Damn It Beans? Everyone knows about Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, but few know about Harold the Brown-Nosed Reindeer. He was as strong as the rest and could fly as high. He just couldn't stop as fast. I don't get it. Out of This World, which is... I played Out of This World. I beat it for the first time as part of the Sega CD collection. Now, Out of This World... What's up, Welsish? Out of This World is a good game. Why don't I get it? Let me read it again. Everyone knows about Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, but few know about Harold the Brown-Nosed Reindeer. He was as strong as the rest and could fly as high, but he couldn't stop as fast. Oh, Brown. I'll give you a rim shot for that. Okay, I get it now. Oh, now I got a visual. It's like I'm getting visuals like Human Centipede. All right, so back to Out of This World. This is a good game that's really goddamn hard, too. So this also would get B tier for me. Whereas I give Heart of the Alien a D, this one gets a B. This probably should be an A, but it's so hard that games that are that difficult, it really has to be something special for me to want to put it A, like Batman. Honestly, I'd probably make Out of This World like a B+, and I totally get why you'd want to make this an A, too. Out of This World, not a great game, an amazing experience, and cool piece of art. Oh, 100%. Looks great. The graphics, up until that point, I'd never seen anything like that. Wallace says, the first time beating Ninja Gaiden's a funny one. You were at the last boss at your buddy's house, and his little sister turned off thinking you were leaving. She felt awful and started crying. Aw. Told her it was okay and spent the next hour and a half getting back to the end of the game. You beat it. Well, nice job. See, you made it happen, and you made your sister feel happy. Adjective Noun says, Out of This World, not a great game. It is experience, cool piece of art. Yep. Sequel is not so fun. So not fun. Yeah, the sequel's terrible. I put Heart of the Alien in D. The only reason I didn't put it in F is I liked the soundtrack, and it looked good. So it's not the worst game I ever played, but it's one of the worst. So it goes with Die Hard in D. Okay, is D and A still here? We've made it to the Phantasy Star games. So now are we ready for some more hot takes? I don't know. Might have some hot takes here. Alright. So here we go. So now I got to summon all of my remembrance. So let me tell you a little bit before I show you how I'm going to rank these. I only ever, until this year, I had only ever played Phantasy Star 2. I never owned a Master System, so I never owned or played 1. I never owned or played 3 or 4. I did own 2 at the time, and I got almost nowhere in it. Even though it had a 100-plus page strategy guide, which wasn't completely correct. So, for all intents and purposes, this year I beat all 4 on stream, and they were first-time playthroughs, essentially. All right? I am not putting Phantasy Star 1 in F, so don't worry. It's not an F-tier game. It's also not a D-tier game. But Phantasy Star 1 does have a lot of problems, like a lot of games do. Quality of life is really bad. The inventory system, it's a very old RPG. It's from 1987, 1988. So I can forgive a lot of that stuff. The dungeons are so atrocious, and they only get worse as the game goes on. You cannot, I don't know anyone that could beat Phantasy Star 1 without some sort of mapping. I don't know how you would do it. If I hadn't mapped that game, unless I had maps in front of me that I downloaded and put in front of me, there is no way I would ever get through where every hall, everything looks the same. There is just no way. Now, the game looked great, sounded good soundtrack, great graphics. That's among the best graphics, definitely on the Master System. And I would say it looks better than most games on the NES. And it did things that no other game did. So Phantasy Star 1, to be clear, is not a bad game. But then you get to Baya Malay. Baya Malay is a shitload of fuck. It is without a doubt, of all the video games I've ever played and beaten on stream, the worst single dungeon where all I wanted to do was quit the game and never play again. But I soldiered through, and I got to the end after 3 attempts through that fucking dungeon. I will never play that game again. And for all those reasons, I'm sorry, I have to give it a C. I know that's controversial, but I will never go back to that game ever again. And I would also never recommend, if you're going to play that, do not play the Master System version. Don't do it. You're expecting D tier? Well, no, it's because it's not a bad game. I'm only putting bad games in D and F. It's a game that had problems and tried to do a lot of things at a time where it just, I guess, it wasn't really, it couldn't do everything it wanted to do. Like, if you look years later when they re-released it, they put a mini-map in there. And they put things like how many hit points you have out of how many. Like, they added some QOL stuff. But whereas Dragon Warrior and Lunar 1's QOL problems don't ruin the game for me, the QOL problems in Phantasy Star do fuck the game up for me. So that's why I'd give it a C. They were trying to compete with Final Fantasy and they couldn't. Yeah, fair. So, the nay, I don't know how you feel about that, me putting it as a C, how bad that is for you. Let's see, did you give your... So, Wallace would put 1 at C, 2 at B, 3 at D, and 4 at A. Gotcha. That's pretty fair. Trash Cat says PS1 deserves at least a C, if only for the soundtrack. The soundtrack is great. DNA thought I was going to put 1 in F, but I didn't. So what would you have rated it? I'm curious. The Little Gremlin, I graded on the curve. Sometimes you just got to grade on the curve. So that's where Phantasy Star 1 is. Now, let's talk about Phantasy Star 2. This is really going to be, I think, potentially controversial. Phantasy Star 2 is a very good RPG that also has a lot of problems. However, Phantasy Star 2 has 2 things that 1 didn't have as well as 2 that boosts this for me. The first, you would have put 1 at B with or without A, just gotcha. All right, so we're only off by 1 letter. Duke Dark would PM me a clip to show people what I think of PS1. Where did you send it in Twitch or in Discord? Doodly doodly doo. Doodly doodly. Where did you send it to me at? PS1 Fuse A-, DJ Bacon Blade. PS2 has a yes, so that's where we're going with this. Phantasy Star 2 has one of the best Sega Genesis soundtracks, and honestly, one of the best soundtracks. I would probably say it's top 20 best soundtracks of all time for me. And I didn't realize how good it was as a kid because I didn't really get very far. There's one track in particular. There's a bunch I love, but there's one track I loved so much that I programmed half of it. I never finished, but I programmed half of it into my Mega Synthesis, which is a really good approximation of the YM2612 engine from Sonicware. But I digress. And that is the song that I believe is called Advanced, the first dungeon theme, that goes doodly doodle doo. I said it's doodle doodle doodly doodle doodle doo 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 doodly 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 doodle. So fucking good. Bow wow and the triplets, and it's just amazing. So the soundtrack to Phantasy Star 2 is amazing. And the story, if you can get to the end, which I recognize is really hard to do because there's a lot of bullshit that is present in that game, that ending is a mind fuck. Now, if you haven't played 2 and you don't want to know, you don't have to mute me because I won't tell you. But the ending is such a mental mind fuck. Wow. Holy shit, wow. I can't get over how good that end was. The game has got a lot of problems, but it is worth it. Because the soundtrack is so good, the story is so deep, and the ending is... So for those reasons, Phantasy Star 2. And it does something else that no other game up to that point I can even remember doing, and I don't want to spoil that either. The-Nay knows what I'm talking about. The-Nay definitely knows what I'm talking about. It gets an A. I give Phantasy Star 2 an A. I'm overlooking its problems, and I'm giving it an A. I would actually play that one again, which is wild because the dungeons are really fucked up in that game. But I'd play it again. Phantasy Star 2 is an A. You're happy to see there's an F tier. What's up, Adventure Josh? Good to see you. I hope you've been well. Some of the dungeons in 2 are very brutal. I did appreciate, though, more that at the very end, unlike Phantasy Star 1 with the bullshit of buy and melee, that when you get to the last dungeon, and I know actually that's not even the last dungeon of 1, right? There's one after that. But they give you a very straightforward dungeon. Probably the easiest dungeon in the game is the final dungeon of Phantasy Star 2. So I appreciated that that they after all of the pain of the dungeons, they give you one that was straightforward. Tier lists are supposed to be subjective, indeed. You sent the PM on Twitch. PMs, if I missed, it's one of the greatest clips in my history. Here, hold on, let me look. Why don't I see it? Hold on, I'm looking. I don't see it. Let me refresh. Doodly. It's a do. Oh, there it is. Okay, let's see. Doodly.
Miracle.
Oh, okay, okay. I know which one this is. Here, hold on. I'll show it to everybody. Give me a sec. Let me see. Do I just go like that?
Miracle key. Now we're gonna go in there. It's gonna be another stupid ass hallway.
What?
What's happening?
Ah! What? Where the fuck did he come from? Oh, fuck this shit. Yeah. Yeah, that was a tough one. That was a tough one from sure. Yes, I did,
Kids,
Adventure Josh.
You tried
Yes,
your
I did.
best and you failed
Game
miserably.
3,
the
but
lesson
yes.
is never try.
So yeah, that was how I felt by the end of Phantasy Star 1. That was how I felt. The tier list is going under F on your tier list. F! What? Wait, just because Phantasy Star... You don't think Phantasy Star 2 is an A? You'd give it lower? You're the A. You'd probably give it an S. But yes, E.T. I did complete. It was the first video game I ever played along with Pac-Man for the Atari 2600 in 1985, and it is among the worst games I've ever played. And even once I learned what you're supposed to do, it stayed as one of the worst games I ever played. I can understand why some people don't think it is, but the rage that I felt both as a kid, as an adult as well, bumping into those stupid wells, trying to understand what the hell you're supposed to do and getting no guidance unless you read that manual front to back. The only music you get, as it's common for a lot of Atari games, is the very beginning. The bleeps and bloops were annoying like most Atari games for me. Even though Atari was my first system, I didn't really like a lot of Atari games. It was just all I had. Now Nintendo, that's where I started to really love it. But yeah, I think E.T. is one of the worst games. Okay, so we have Phantasy Star 2. You say 2's an easy S. We're only one letter apart. We're not that far off. Now we have Phantasy Star 3. Okay. Most people hated this one. I can understand that it's not as good as the other 3. I think most people will agree that 3 is the worst of the 4. Some would say 1 is, by the way. I don't actually think that. I do think 3 is the least good of them. But I think there's a thematic reason as well as a design reason. Design is the game was rushed, let's be honest. But thematically, and I don't want to spoil this, but there's something you learn about where 3 actually... You learn something about where you are that makes the cookie-cutterness of everything make more sense. So, but here's the thing. None of the dungeons are hard. None of the battles are really hard. The game isn't, like, shitty to play. I never really remember raging in it. It's not that long compared to the rest of them. You can do different paths through the game at a time where there weren't many games that did pathing. It's not a bad game. What's up, Arctic Ayaka? I gave D a C. I know, right? I wanted to give D a D because then it would be thematically pleasing. But ultimately, I gave D a C. So it's like DC. Like DC Bueller. I rate PS3 one blue finger up. So what I'm trying to tell you all is Phantasy Star 3 is a solid B for me. It's really not that bad. It really isn't. It's not great. It's not amazing or great, and it's not bad. It's fine. Phantasy Star 3 is fine, and it has some replay value. So it's a B. It belongs in B. It's not super memorable, but it's also not super, like, I can't point to any one thing and say this was bad, other than to just say, yeah, it was kind of cookie cutter. The towns all look the same. A lot of games had towns that all look the same, right? It's fine. Game's fine. Phantasy Star 3 soundtrack's underrated. The soundtrack's fine. I did make fun of one part of the soundtrack that I still think sucks, but it grows on you like it fits the game. But the battle music, the pre-battle music that goes like that, that's annoying as shit. But outside of that, what's up, Nukem Quad 9? Hope you're doing well. One of my stream teammates is playing Phantasy Star 1. Oh, cool, Duke Dark. We're going to have to check that out at the end of the stream. Are they playing the original Master System one? I don't know why. I don't actually like that one. I'm going to switch it over. There we go. I don't like that one. There's only a couple tracks on here I don't like, and that's one of them. I don't know why. You're a bit surprised to see Phantasmagoria in S. Wait, Phantasmagoria is not in S. Phantasmagoria is nowhere yet. That's Gabriel Knight 2. Adventure Josh. Phantasmagoria is... Where is Phantasmagoria? Shit, did I not put... Oh my god. How the fuck did I miss Phantasmagoria? I must be drunk. I didn't add Phantasmagoria. Oh my god. Okay, well I did beat it. I guess I missed the game. Yeah, Phantasmagoria should be here and it's not. God damn it. Can I like add? Can I add to it? You can. Okay. Let me go. I'm gonna just for a second, everybody. Let me go add those 3 games we're gonna add. Give me a second. Let me search for Phantasmagoria box. I have no idea how I missed this. Alright, let's see. Alright, here's Phantasmagoria. And then we need to add Home Alone. And we have to add A Boy and His Blob. Alright. Save. And then I'm gonna choose files. And then I'm gonna add all 3 of them. Shit. What if I fuck up the tier list? Okay, no, we're fine. It appeared. Okay, we're good. It worked. Okay, here we go. So here, let's go put them in now. Well, no. We'll put in, after I'm done with the Phantasy Stars, we'll go ahead and we'll put them in. Super Master System version, there's no auto map. He's manually mapping, but using some grid-based program on a computer and not pencil and paper. Oh, Cybertrucker, yeah. He's awesome. Yeah, we'll have to check him out. No David Cage says, here's Phantasmagoria and here's a big pile of shit. You prefer the shit? We're gonna talk about these 3 in a second. So Phantasy Star. So if you're keeping track, 2 is an A, 3 is a B, and 1 is a C. So actually, I do think Phantasy Star 1's the worst one. Yeah, actually do. And then we get to Phantasy Star 4. Phantasy Star 4 is also an A. However, I actually like 2 better than 4 because of the soundtrack and the ending, but I also believe 4 is the better put together game. In other words, it doesn't have the quality of life problems that 2 has. It has a rockin' soundtrack that's really good too, and it's easier. Unlike the other 3, I think anyone can play 4 and pick it up and beat it. I don't think most people would have trouble with 4. So they're both great games for different reasons. So A for 2, A for 4, B for 3, and C for 1. If Biomole had not happened, this would probably be a B. But even now, I still vividly remember how angry. Like, I could see if I had somehow gotten that far as a kid, I wouldn't have beaten it. I don't think I would have gotten through Biomole as a kid. I think I would have rage quit. And that's a shame. So, yeah. C, B, A, and A. DJ Bacon Blade says Phantasy Star 4's S+. I might have agreed with you, DJ Bacon Blade, maybe if I had played that game as a kid. Because one thing you may notice is all of the games that are in S tier are games that I played as a kid or a teenager. Like, the nostalgia factor is real. Stuff that I played later in life, like, I just don't have the same attachment to 4 I think that many of you would that played this back then. Maybe I would have. 4 had some really pivotal, crazy scenes too, and some plot twists and everything. So we put EOB in B tier, Culinary Disaster, and that's mainly because of the soundtrack. If it had not been for the soundtrack and the Sega CD version, I would probably have given it a C. because there's really not a lot to me that differentiates it from any other generic dungeon crawler, other than that it had the the TSR license. So that's where I would put it. Okay, now let's go place A Boy and His Blob and Home Alone and Phantasmagoria. A Boy and His Blob is a C. It's not the worst game I ever played. I don't think it's particularly great. It's weird and different, but I don't really think it's a great game. It's got some problems. It's got a lot of problems. It's really convoluted as hell. Like, you just have to just throw shit at shit and just figure it out. Never was my cup of tea, those kind of games. But like I said, it's not the worst game I've ever played, nor is it a terrible game. It's just not great. So Boy and His Blob, and it has the same soundtrack the whole way through. So Boy and His Blob gets C tier for me. Home Alone. This game's really bad. This is a D. It's not an F because I didn't play it enough to hate it. I really only played it to glitch it. But I would say Home Alone is not a good game, and I'm very sorry, Randy Linden, who we love. Randy Linden absolutely did do some designing, some programming for this game. He's in the credits, and that's okay. That's okay. I have made some bad stuff myself. No one is perfect, and Randy Linden is incredible. But yes, Home Alone, I am so sorry, Randy Linden, if you're here. We love you. You are great. You are awesome. But Home Alone would get D tier overall for me. I do not wish to revisit it unless I'm just glitching it again for funsies. Do you know it's my most hated YouTube video? So I have a YouTube video. Hold on a second. I'll see if I grab the URL real quick. I have a YouTube video called Home Alone Another World Record. And in Home Alone Another World Record, I make a joke. If you actually search for it on Google, it's the first one that comes up. And I make a joke about it. Here, hold on. Let me get you all the link in case you haven't seen it. You've never played a Lunar game? Oh, you got it, DJ Bacon Blade. They're so good. They're so good, DJ Bacon Blade. Here's what I wrote in my description. That's right, friends. Zophar has tied the speedrun world record in Home Alone for the NES. An amazing achievement. And then I write underneath, shared with 253 other known world record holders according to speedrun.com's leaderboards, who also glitched the game within the first 2 minutes. Enjoy the most exciting gameplay footage you will ever watch since Desert Bus from Penn and Teller's never-before-released Sega CD game. It got the most downvotes of any video I've ever had. It has a total of 71% upvotes and 29% downvotes. Usually on YouTube, most videos get in the 90s, like low to mid 90s, and some get high to 90s to 100. Like, I have a ton of videos that have all hundreds. Home Alone is by far the worst ranked video, and I think it killed my YouTube channel, because ever since Home Alone, ever since I put that video on there, my views dropped pretty considerably. I'm like, oh god, no one understood it was a joke. That's the problem with YouTube. On Twitch, you got a community of people. We can talk to each other, we network, we chat. On YouTube, you're fighting a fucking algorithm. So if the algorithm decides to show that video and people think it's like not a joke, which is what Home Alone speedrunning, it's supposed to be a joke, anyone can get the world record, and it's all the same, 20 minutes, or 1959. I don't think people got the joke. A lot of people didn't get the joke. So, oh well, what are you gonna do? I think it's funny. You played Lunar Sega CD for around 20 hours? That's very good. Oh, I love it. It's one of my favorite games of all time. Have to be transparent with the video title or else they will react that way. Yeah, and the video title, well, I mean, it's honest. Look, this is the title. This is what I wrote for the title. Tell me what's dishonest here. World record. Home Alone speedrun in 1958. Another world record. It is. It's one of 256. Right? Oh, transparent. Right. Good call. Should I make it be don't click here? Isn't that even worse? I should have called it Home Alone speedrun. Don't click here. Oh, shit. Oh, well, what are you going to do? Okay. Popful Mail. Popful Mail's a B. Popful Mail's a B because if you rip out the Vic Ireland stuff, it's every other generic platformer I've ever played, and it'd probably get a C. but you add in the Vic Ireland voice acting and the silly script and the jokes and all the stuff that I love, and it gets boosted up almost to an A. But then you add in the Vic Ireland insane difficulty and the changes from the Japanese version that make all of the enemies twice as high hit points and your attacks half as effective, and all of a sudden it drops back down. So this game gets a B. Popful Mail is a good game that is worth playing, but it's really fucking hard. Now that being said, I still recommend the real experience, the working designs, how it was released in the US. If you want to play the ROM hack version, I would still try the real one first. And if you just can't get through it because it's so ridiculously hard, then I would say go ahead and play the ROM hack. But I always advocate trying to beat it the original way first. My personal preference. And yes, the Japanese version of Popful Mail is crazy easy. I think that in Vic Ireland's quest to make the game harder, that's kind of what happens. You take a game that's way too easy, and you make it way too hard, like Streets of Rage 3. Like, it should be somewhere in the middle. You gotta have balance. Everything with balance. So that's what I would do with Popful Mail. Okay, Punisher. Punisher's a B. Punisher's a solid arcade game. I can pick it up and play it whenever. The music is great. It's actually memorable. That first level's music is super memorable. And it's actually, yeah, of all the arcade games I played, it's one of the most memorable soundtracks, I would say. And it doesn't overstay its welcome. It falls into the same category as the Golden Axes do for me. So, Punisher gets a B. Good arcade game. And there's a port of it, too, on, I can't remember if it was the Genesis or the Super Nintendo, that's pretty faithful to it as well. So, Punisher's a solid B. Resident Evil Director's Cut. This one's a B for me also. I've never been big with survival horror, but Resident Evil was fun. The director's cut has the whole, the added music and the trumpet farts in the basement. I had to play that version. I had to see what all the hoopla was about. Graphics were really good for a PlayStation game. The soundtrack's fine. The voice acting is cheesy as shit, but that was part of the charm. Game's fine. Game's good. It's not my favorite. It's not the best. It's far from the worst. It's good. Gets a B. The director's cut. Yeah, we were just talking about the trumpet parts. What's up, Super Gears? I have to redo it all. This is what we got so far. We're like, I don't know, what are we, 2/3 of the way through? Damn, it's already 12:17 in the morning. I better pick up the pace. But yeah, that's where I would put it. Okay, which Monkey Island is this? This is that Return to Monkey Island? Yeah, that's Return to Monkey Island. That's the, oh fuck. The docking station just did what it does. Hold, please. That's a thing that it does. Doodly. Hold on. Sometimes the docking station decides to change from the primary monitor to the secondary monitor. I have no idea why. Alright. Return to Monkey Island. It's a B. It's a good game. It's solid. It's fun. It's silly. Similar problem to Return to Monkey Island, though. It has an ending that I was a little disappointed with. But I understand it. But it's a good game. Definitely worth playing. Just like LeChuck's Revenge, Monkey Island 2. It's only 10/17 for you. It's a great tier list, including all the choices that made you rage. I'm glad you're enjoying it. If I was in Hawaii, it wouldn't be late at all. I wish I was. Lunar DS shall be S rank. Lunar DS cannot be anywhere, because this tier list is only of games that I have completed on stream. So if I haven't beaten the game, it is not on here. And if I have, it is on here. And yes, I recognize that Mansions of Hidden Souls is on here twice, because I added the graphic twice because I'm stupid. So at the very end, I'll pull this back down to the bottom, and then we'll screenshot it or whatever. Rise of the Dragon. Another solid B title. The game is very short. The puzzles are not hard, but it has a gritty soundtrack, gritty graphics. The Sega CD has some really good, actually, I think, some good voice acting. It's got the joke that's one of my cheers. Misery, grief, and doom. So I felt that it was absolutely worth including as a B title. It's a solid point and click, just like those Monkey Island games we were talking about. Good game. Fun. Worth playing. I'd play it again. Not outstanding like the best game ever, and far from the worst. It's not bad, it's good. No problem, K-Dog Prime. Appreciate you stopping by. Have a great night. Okay, Secret of Mana. We ready for hot takes? Secret of Mana is not a good game. I will say it again. Secret of Mana is not actually a good game. It's also not the worst game. Here's the problem. Oh god, yep, I knew this was going to be one of the most controversial takes. Let me explain why. The reason I stream this game is one reason and one reason only. Let's all unfollow. It's a multiplayer game. You can play it 2 or 3 players. And I wanted badly to find an RPG I could co-stream because I thought it would be a fun little romp. So when Tuigia said she was open to whatever, I was like, this is the moment to play Secret of Mana. But here's the problems with Secret of Mana. First of all, the story makes no sense. One of your parents is a tree. I don't get that. The soundtrack is nothing special. It's not bad. It's not super duper memorable. I remember one of them, doodle-lee-doo-a-doodle, which is whatever. I thought the Mana Beast music was good. That's it. And that game has a lot of songs. Those are the only 2 tracks I remember, and I only like actually one of them. I didn't even bother playing any of the other Mana games. You disagree with the soundtrack, one of the best on SNES? I hear what you're saying. I just don't agree. I don't like it. It sounds far too happy. I don't really... Soundtracks that are really, like, happy and cheery, I don't really like. It can have happy moments, but it's also got to have some, like, fierce and I just feel like all of the tracks skew on the super major scale happy side. I don't like it. I don't like the aesthetic. I don't like the whole nature theme. I get why people love this game. I think the interface is garbage. That circular, whatever the fuck it was. You know what it reminds me of? I feel like Steve Jobs, when he was designing the original iPod, said, what's the shittiest RPG interface we can steal from and make it our controls? Let's steal from Secret of Mana with the stupid circular dial. It's just horrible. Horrible interface. So I think to myself, what is good about the game? And all I can come up with is it's an action RPG that is 2 and 3 players. So I don't like it. I don't like the game.
Best ending ever.
But it does have the best ending ever. Yes, it does. I like letting Tuigia believe that Flammy is the same Flammy. So, apologies if I have upset you, or if you have unfollowed, or if you have left the stream because of my hot take on Secret of Mana. But that is how I feel. I do not think it is a good game. I do not think it's the worst game, but I don't think it's good. The circle ring needed to be like D&D Shadows over Mystara, where bringing up the menu ring doesn't pause the game the way everyone can keep playing. And there's, yeah, agreed. And there's more, like leveling up every single spell, leveling up every single weapon, or not having to do that, or not being sure what you're supposed to do, or like it's hard to explain. In Final Fantasy III for Super Nintendo, you have the option to level up a bunch of magic, but you don't have to also sit there leveling up weapons and using. It's so grindy. It's like they add a bunch of stuff to the game to make the game longer. I hate when they do that shit. Lufia does that too, by the way. But Lufia, I love the soundtrack, and I like the graphics, and I like the aesthetic, so it gets a pass. Secret of Mana doesn't have any of that for me. The hottest take will be me putting Sonic tier. You think Secret of Mana was kind of ambitious for doing multiplayer? I agree with you. It was. That's the reason why we streamed it. And that's the one memorable thing I can think about it. So, it gets a C for me. Regrettably. The Secret of Monkey Island. One of my favorite point-and-click games of all time. It gets an A. Maybe it would be a B if I was more subjective, but I can replay Monkey Island over and over and over. The Sega CD soundtrack is so good. The music for Stan, for example. Wow, 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 wow. And like his flailing around in the plaid shirt that never moves, and the 3 pirates and the poodles that weren't dangerous poodles in the game. It has so many funny jokes. None of the jokes are like they hold up today. Like, the graphics are great, the puzzles are fair. Secret of Monkey Island is one of my favorite point and clicks of all time, along with Gabriel Knight 2, which is my favorite FMV point and click of all time. Secret of Monkey Island does nothing wrong. It's a great game. Fantastic. A tier. Monkey Island 1 presents so beautifully. It really does. Like, it's timeless. And it will continue to be timeless. And if somebody said to me, Zophar, I want to get into a point-and-click game, like a PC point-and-click, but I love pixel art. Which one do I do? It's Monkey Island all day long. I don't have to think about it. Monkey Island, there you go. And you can only die in one spot in the game. And until I streamed this a couple years ago, because I played this as a kid, but before I streamed it, I didn't know there was a place you could die. I thought LucasArts games like this, they don't let you die anywhere. But then I found out the joke about the 10 minutes and the underwater stuff, you actually can die. Okay, Sewer Shark. Sewer Shark is B for me. I know a lot of people will disagree with this and put this lower. Sewer Shark's fun. Fun little FMV shooter. It's not terribly long. It's cheesy, it's corny, it's everything I love about the Sega CD. It's a B. It gets a B. I like it. I don't have a lot to say about it other than I just like it. Subjectively, it probably should be a C or a D, but it's just fun. I like playing it every time I play it. I like the random elements of it, like, you know, not being sure exactly which way the dude's gonna tell you to go. All FMV games get C tier for you, not for me. I love a lot of them. I love a lot of FMV. You would choose a Space Quest or Leisure Suit Larry as the first Gabriel Knight. I could understand Space Quest, and I can understand GK1. I would not recommend Leisure Suit Larry as the first game. First, you'd have to explain what Leisure Suit Larry is. I love the Leisure Suit Larry series. 6 and 7 were my favorite ones. The one in the spa area, and then the Love for Sale one. Those are my favorites. But no way. As a first game, absolutely not. Absolutely not. You'd have to explain what that game is to someone first. What those games are. Okay, Shadowgate. This is tough. There's a lot of good and there's a lot of bad about this, but the soundtrack is so good. I'd give this game a B. Because once you've played it through all the way and you know what to do, it's not very replayable, but the graphics I think are solid. The music's incredible. The story's not really much of a story, but it's neat, like how they make you search for stuff, and then when you figure something out, it's like rewarding. And so Shadowgate is a B that maybe would be closer to a C for me if it wasn't for the soundtrack, but the soundtrack really elevates this to a memorable NES game. So I'd give Shadowgate for NES. I would give it a B. Shenmue. Now it's getting tough. The Shenmue games do have problems. And I don't even have the nostalgia factor so much for 2. 2 I played for the first time just like a year ago. Or no, a few years ago. During the pandemic. 5 years ago. But I played Shenmue when it came out. I own it. I bought it when it came out. I would give Shenmue 1 a B, and I would give Shenmue 2 an A, and I'm going to explain why. Shenmue 1 has the nostalgia factor for me. The graphics, incredible for the time. The best graphics. Lucky Hit? How about trying Lucky Hit? Graphics you could get in any video game of the time. There was nothing better. I think it still looks good today. Music, the soundtrack, beautiful, amazing. All the composers, which included Yuzo Koshiro, by the way, he did do some tracks for it too, did a great job. There's not a lot of substance in terms of plot to Shenmue 1. There's a lot you can do, but it's not my kind of game. This is a stream game. I had a ton of fun streaming this for all of you. It's not bad. Shenmue is not a bad game, but it does have some serious pacing problems because of its thin plot and its stretching of the thin plot. But that's the idea, is you can just do whatever you want in Shenmue, go wherever you want, you know, and just have fun and never beat it if you don't want to. And I appreciate that. Shenmue 2 does what I wish Shenmue 1 had done. It has a much tighter plot. There's a lot more happening in a shorter amount of time. It moves along the story. The soundtrack is still great. The graphics are still great. Even if maybe ones were a little more detailed because they had more time to work on one, 2's the better game. And I loved the epicness of I call it the double ending. The peak with Don Mew was amazing. And I love the music, and you're on the roof, and oh, it's so good. And then it calms you down as you meet, Shenhua. But then that reveal at the end, oh my god, that's how they made Shenmue 3, because the end of 2 was so goddamn good and such a cliffhanger. So Shenmue 2 is a near masterpiece. And if Shenmue 1 had been more like 2, maybe Shenmue would still be around, and we wouldn't have waited for almost 20 years to get Shenmue 3, which wasn't fantastic. So that's why I would give Shenmue a B and Shenmue 2 an A. Because Shenmue 2 is amazing. Love Shenmue for its huge world and a tiny area. 100%. Oh yeah, no doubt, Capsule City. That's a big draw of it. All right, we're getting down to the wire here. Last bunch of games. I've never played these on stream before. I've never beaten it either. Anything that's on this list is every game I've ever beaten on stream in the near 3 years we've been streaming. If I haven't beaten it, or I haven't played it on stream, then it won't be here. I would have had to have beaten it on stream. Played and beaten. Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective Volume 1 for Sega CD. I like this game. It's not super replayable, but I still replay it every now and then because it's fun to watch. Again, this is like movies. I like FMV games because I like movies. Exactly, Culinary. Dear, I say, Mr. Holmes, perhaps they are not home. Evidently, Watson. The acting is fun, it's cheesy, it's silly, the stories are cool. It's based on an old board video game, or excuse me, a board game / book game called Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective. I have one of them actually upstairs, but I never bought the one this was based on. And they actually made 3 of these, 2 for the Sega CD, and then, hey, we got a raid tonight. It's Killshot Kitty raiding us tonight, my friends. OMG, how are you?
Killshot Kitty is raiding with a party of 67 viewers.
Killshot Kitty, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome on in, Raiders. I am Zophar, founder of the Emulation Archive, Zophar's Domain. And we are not playing any game tonight. We are actually doing a tier list of all 101 games that I have streamed and beaten in my 3 years of streaming.
Next stop.
What were you working on
Zophar's
tonight, Kitty?
Domain.
Hey, Kitty. Odin Zubins, thank you so much for the follow and for joining the realm in the domain. Your support is greatly appreciated. Welcome on in, Susamu and the Banana Tip. Good to see you all. Let's go. Yeah, we're doing good. Taking me 30 minutes per game to rank? No, it didn't. If it took me 30 minutes per game, Super Gears, I would have only done like 10 games. We've been at this for what, 3 hours and a half? 3.5 hours? We've done most of them. We only have these left now. We're getting down to the end. We're getting down to the really good stuff now. We didn't rate Phantasmagoria yet, so I think we should do that before we get into the S's. So Phantasmagoria. Phantasmagoria is a B. I like that FMV game, but it doesn't have a ton of, like, once you've played it once, yeah, there's kind of some extra scenes you can see, but you can do everything on the first playthrough, or at the very least on the second, and after you've done it, like, twice, there's not a ton of value. But it's got a great soundtrack. It's very atmospheric. The gore is unlike anything I had seen in a video game up until that point. And this game came out in '95. It had the most discs of any game that I've ever played. By the way, you should all follow Kitty. She's a great streamer. Always fun to watch. And what were you playing, Kitty? You got to tell us. But I think that it scratches the FMV horror itch. So it's definitely worth a playthrough. It doesn't have massive replay value, but it looks and sounds great for 1995. I enjoy it, so it's a B for me. All right, everybody, now we're getting good. Now we're getting into the Shining games. Ooh, man, this is tough. Oh, God, what do I do? Ah, shit. What do we do about this? Okay. This is hard because I have trouble deciding. Well, okay. Here's what we'll do. Let's start with Shining the Holy Ark. That's an easy one. Shining the Holy Ark's a B tier game. Game is good. Game is solid. Game is fun. I didn't beat the game when I was a kid. I didn't get very far. But replayability, The game has some really insane difficulty spikes that make you have to stop and grind, and I don't like that. Shining in the Darkness doesn't have that problem, in my opinion. It's organic. You gain the levels as you're exploring. Shining the Holy Ark punches you in the face at 2 points in the game. The Relic part in the middle of the game, when you meet her for the first time, and then the final boss. I actually couldn't beat them, either of them, I think, the first time when I was playing with Rig, and I had to go back and grind. I don't like games that do that to you, generally. Although I like Dragon Warriors, so go figure. But the soundtrack's good, the graphics for the Saturn are great, the plot is really, really, really weird. It's the same problem I had with Shining Force 3, which is not on here either. Why is Shining Force 3 not on here? Damn it. We gotta go get Shining Force 3. Shit. Alright, I guess we're gonna do that right now. Hold, please. Doodly. I guess I forgot a few games. I don't know how I did that. It is doodly. I said it's doodly. Okay, there we go. And now we're going to upload Shining Force 3. There it is. Alright. And we'll add it back. Boom. Okay. Shining Force 3 is also B tier for me. Again, solid, hard, spikes. The end battle was super unfair. If we hadn't had story here, I wouldn't have beaten the game. I would have been screwed because we weren't properly leveled. So I don't like when that's all Camelot right there. So again, they're good. You should play them. Maybe it's because I didn't beat them as a kid, but I don't have the nostalgia factor like I do for the other titles down here. So for that reason, both of those games are B. They're good. They're worth playing. They do have problems with the difficulty spikes. I have played and beaten Shining Force CD Duke Darkwood, but not on stream, so I didn't include it here. All right, now it gets hard. Oh, man. I change my mind about these two constantly. Let's do Shining in the Darkness first. Shining in the Darkness is... man. If I have to think about it, it's an A. I wouldn't think about putting it in S if it was an S. Shining in the Darkness is an A. It is an excellent game. It's got an amazing soundtrack. It's got incredible graphics, great design, a great story, a fun little twist that you don't expect, a great final boss. Just epic. Feels good, looks good, nice town. Yeah, kingdom, town, dungeon. You can save at the town. You just make as much progress as you can. You keep making more progress. It does have a map if you use your view spell or the wisdom seeds, so you don't feel hopelessly lost like you have to map everything, but you can if you want to. I didn't. I just used the spells. What's up there, Imagine Gyarados? Get back in the basement. Earth! You're wondering if for some reason I hadn't beaten Shining Force 3, so we had. Thanks to story. So Shining in the Darkness is definitely an A-tier game for me. 100% A-tier. Great, great, excellent game. Sometimes I think Shining Force 1 is the best Shining Force, and sometimes I think it's 2. I change my mind on this constantly. They're both so good. I can't decide. I really can't decide which one belongs where. They're both so good. I gotta put them up in S tier together. I can't decide which one's better right now. They're both so good. Whenever I think Shining Force 2 is better or 1 is better, this is how close they are. Like, literally, it's by a hair. I think Shining Force 1 had the better story. I think Shining Force 2 had the bigger world with more to do and better quality of life. And I think both titles are games you must play at least once all the way through if you've never played them before. Both games have immense replay value. Each game has like 30 characters. You can play it so many different ways. Neither game is really hard. Shining Force 2 is harder. At points, it has a couple difficulty spikes. and it has some convoluted part in the middle that you can get confused at what you're supposed to do next. Shining Force 1 doesn't have any of those problems, but 2 is a bigger game. They're both so great, and they're both, I would give them both S tier. DJ Baconblade would call them A and A-. That's respectable. I can understand why that. Puts the lotion on its skin or else it gets the hose again. The best part of Shining Force is when you level up and get nothing. Yeah, that does happen. Doesn't really happen in 2, I don't think. I think 2 you always get stats, even if it's just 1 each, whereas 1 you can level up and get nothing. Yeah, 2 is the more put together game, but they're both so incredible. But Shining in the Darkness is A tier for the simple fact that dungeon crawlers are not my favorite genre, but Shining in the Darkness is the best dungeon crawler I've ever played, and my favorite of any of them by far. 2 reworked it. 2 has like set games. Yeah, correct. Yep. So, Shredder's Revenge. Great game that belongs in an A tier. I think that Shredder's Revenge does everything right. Great graphics, great soundtrack. T-Lopes killed it. Oh, he did such a great job with it. I love that they were able to get the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles cartoon theme in the game at the beginning. It's so much fun, whether you play it 1 player, 2 player, 4 players. I think I played it 6 players before. Rat Clown Car, rest in peace, Jason. We did this game for his memorial stream. There were 5 or 6 of us, I think, that streamed that. I can't say enough great things about Shredder's Revenge. It's the only game on here that I think I've beaten that's not retro. But it's absolutely Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Shredder's Revenge worth your time. This is for the Switch version that I played. Highly, highly recommend it. Silent Hill. This game is really good. This is an A. This is my favorite survival horror game. I had a feeling I would like this when I played it for the first time a few months ago, because I loved the movie, but because I never got into survival horror, there you go, Reclam Cars emote. Because I never got into, survival horror, I never bothered playing it. I loved it. And if I loved 1, I bet you I'm told I'll love 2 even more. So I'll eventually do that. Maybe next Halloween, maybe before that. But Silent Hill is definitely an A. Alright, Sophie's. Sophie's is a B. I'm going to tell you why. I think some of you probably think it's a C. It's a B because the soundtrack is so good. Oh, I love the soundtrack. I can literally listen to the soundtrack in my car. All the tracks slap. The graphics are nothing special. They're fine. The gameplay is generic shoot 'em up. There's nothing special about it. Basically, the game is fine. It's all right. And it would be a C otherwise. I'm going to change this song, not because I don't like it, but because it has a lot of vocals, which I don't want it to overtake my voice, so... We'll change it to Mega Man 2, Dr. Wily Haunts Flashman, which is my favorite OC remix song, by the way. You think Silent Hill 1 has its own flavor? I love the mist, which I know is also probably intended to hide the fact that you can't see 2 feet in front of you on a PlayStation because of draw distance, but I don't care. Great aesthetic, creepy, jump scares. The plot was weird. Like, it wasn't just killing a bunch of things mindlessly. The game actually there's a point to it, like, and there's a whole lore, like, damn. Kojima, holy shit. Great game. Loved it. A tier for me. The absolutely deserving of A tier. Alright. Now we get into some Sega favorites. The Sonic games. Alright. This is hard. None of these games are going to be in F, D, or C, just to be clear. None of the Sonics.
How are you, gentlemen? All your base are belong to us.
I have a lot of trouble with this one. I personally think that both Sonic 1 and 2 are incredible games and deserve A tier. 1, because it was my very first Sega Genesis game, and this game changed everything. I'll never forget putting this in my Sega Genesis that I just gotten and it came with it, popped it in, turned it on, I was blown away. Sega! The graphics, the music, how fast Sonic went in the level. Yes, back then he couldn't do a spin dash. It had some problems. There's no saving. Sonic 2 corrected some of those problems. You still can't save, but it did add the spin dash. It let you play as Tails. You could be Tails if you wanted as a second player. Both games are a little tough, but not impossible. Getting all the Chaos Emeralds much, much harder. I've never done it. But I have beaten both games without cheating. I just can't get all the Chaos Emeralds without dying. Definitely A's. People like to bitch about Sonic on Switch, but honestly, the levels aren't great. Yeah, I think the reason you get that is Sonic is not supposed to be a Mario. Sonic is all about go fast and learn the level so you can go even faster, which is not what you're supposed to do in a typical platformer. And I think that was the problem. When they went 3D, Sega lost the speed formula. They never figured out how to make the game feel the way it did. And the last time they finally figured it out was Sonic Mania. Why? Because it was 2D. Hot take, Sonic is not supposed to be a 3D game. And I recognize there's way more 3D than 2D Sonic games now. But it's not supposed to be. It's supposed to be 2D. It's at its best for 2D. Yeah, Betcoast agrees. Most people are like, you're supposed to go fast, and you can't. That's the point. They put some obstacles in, so you know Adventure Dash. You're supposed to learn how to go fast around them. If you do it right, you can still go fast. So, that's the whole point of the game. Now, that was pretty easy for me. A tier for those. But what do you do with Sonic 3? Because Sonic 3 doesn't really do a whole lot different from 2. I think the levels in 2 were better than 3. 3 does add the bubble and the flame and the electrical stuff, so those are some cool power-ups. But on the whole, 3 is a lot like 2. But the soundtrack, Michael Jackson, man, oh my god, and the Hard Time song and Ice Cap level, doodle-doo, doodly-doo, doodly-doo. Yeah, 3 is much more a platformer. 3 is really a B, but the soundtrack is so good. I don't know. I want to give it an A for soundtrack. It's really somewhere between these two. But I can't put Sonic 3 on the same level as 1 and 2. So I'm going to give it a B. I'm going to give Sonic 3 a B. So, but really it's closer to, I think it's in between.
And knowing
I think
is half the battle.
It's either a B plus or an A minus. A real American hero. Yeah, it's either a B plus or an A minus. That's a B.5. You think it's an A just for the OST? It's close. Oh, God. It's just, if I put it here, I'm equating 3 to 1 and 2, but 1 and 2 is the better level design, but 3 is the better soundtrack. Oh, my God. Yeah, maybe if I had it with Knuckles, it would be an A, but I haven't beaten Sonic and Knuckles yet. All right, I'm going to keep it a B, but I might change my mind and make it an A once I play through Sonic and Knuckles. Not all games in A are equal. That's true. That's true. Oh, man, I don't know. You're making me double think now. How does it look up here with the others? Let's see. A doodle doodle doo. A doodle doodle doo. I have trouble putting it in either of these tiers because I keep thinking if I put it A, it's too high and B is too low. This is really in between. Sonic 3 without Knuckles is pretty short. I gotta put it in B. I'd probably feel differently if I finished Sonic and Knuckles and then played it together. But as just a standalone title, it's gotta be B. But the soundtrack absolutely is God tier. The soundtrack is incredible. Among the best Sega Genesis soundtracks. Splatterhouse 2. Let's be honest, this game's a C. It's fine. It's gory and bloody, which is fun. The soundtrack's not particularly memorable. The hit detection's kind of wonky. It's really hard. I know Aaron loves the Splatterhouse games. The game is alright. I don't know that I'd ever play it again. I think it's a C. It's not terrible. It's not the worst. It's not great. It's fine. It's alright. It's a C. There's supposed to be one game they didn't have enough space on one cartridge. Yeah, that's why they did the lock-on stuff. Exactly, Trans Queen. Alright. Ready for the Streets of Rages? Alright. So, I don't know how we're going to feel about where I put things, but... Okay, is everybody ready for this? Streets of Rage 2 and Streets of Rage 4 are A-tier games. Among the greatest soundtracks of any video game I ever played, Yuzo Koshiro killed it in the Streets of Rage series, except for 3. We'll talk about 3 later. I probably should have put Bare Knuckle on here, but I didn't. We did beat Bare Knuckle 3, me and Phenomenon, the other day, but I didn't include it. Streets of Rage 2 and 4. Fantastic games. In fact, most people think 2 is the best one. However, for me, the first one I played was Streets of Rage 1, and it gets S tier Even though you might say Zophar, the graphics, the sprites are bigger in 2, and it's more put together, and there's more game, and all that is true. But 1 has my nostalgia feels. It was the first beat 'em up. I never played Double Dragon as a kid. I played Karate Kid because Double Dragon was out of stock when my mom tried to order it from the Sears catalog. And she said, well, if it's out of stock, is there another game like Double Dragon? They're like, yeah, get your son Karate Kid. He's going to love it. Yeah. Which, by the way, did I even put Karate Kid on here? Because we did beat that one. I think I left Karate Kid off. That sucks. It's another one I need to add. We'll have to revise this list when we're done. I thought I got everything. I guess I missed a couple. But Streets of Rage 1 also has my favorite single song from any non-RPG game ever, which is track 4. And that's the one that goes doo 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 doodle doodle doo doodle doodle doo doodle doo oh doodle doodle doo. I think it's called Keep the Groovin', maybe. Greatest track in any non-RPG I've ever heard. Amazing, incredible. I could listen to that song hours and hours and hours on loop and not get bored of it. Absolutely incredible. No David Cage says Sonic CD is great. 1 is good. 2 and 3 slow. Much kind of boring. Sonic CD I thought was okay. The time travel thing was cool. I didn't really get anywhere in it though. I never beat it. Streets of Rage 1 has such a good OST. You got it on vinyl. Yeah, was it Culinary? Wasn't it you? I can't remember. Was it you that was playing it on our Discord? Somebody was playing it for us on Discord. I thought it was you. Duke, it was really good. Duke Dark wants to celebrate 100 or so games. Yeah, exactly. 100 or so. Yeah, that was you. That was really good. It sounded really good, Culinary. That track felt like the Streets of Rage theme. Exactly. It really did. It really did. They did a great job with it. And then level 8, when you're going to find Mr. X, that soundtrack was great. And then the final boss theme, and it has so many good tracks. So Streets of Rage, they're all incredible. All 3 of these, 1, 2, and 4, definitely play them. I have not beaten Streets of Rage 3 yet, so it's not on here. We did beat Bare Knuckle 3, though, but it's not on this list for some reason, because I'm stupid. So we'll have to add that later. Okay, Super Hydlide. Super Hydlide. I'm going to be nice and give this game a C. It's not a great game. It's not. But the soundtrack is really good. Way better than it has any right to be. Far, far, far better than that garbage in NES Hydlide. But the game itself is not good. It's got a lot of problems. The combat, like 1, is kind of shit. Quality of life is terrible. The weight system is horrible. I said doodle-doo, it's doodle-doo, doodle-doo. Exactly, Suntop Kinseeker, just that. How we doing tonight? You did your parry only Millennia run with the Streets of Rage 1 vinyl spinning in the background. Yep, it was noise. So yeah, so Super Hydlide, I'm going to be nice and give it a C when it really deserves a D because the soundtrack was incredible. It's not the worst game I ever played, but it's not good. C. Solid C. Okay, Super Mario 3. This is an A. This is one of my favorite platformers of all time that is not a Sega game. I'll never forget when I got this. I think it was 1990. I want to say it was for Hanukkah, so I would have been 10 years old at that time. And I remember being there with my friend, and I opened up the present, and I just jumped up and down. I was like, yeah, Super Mario 3. Everyone was so pumped for this game. This game's incredible. Super Mario 3 does nothing wrong. It's fun. It's not too challenging, but if you want to make it challenging by going through all the levels, you can. It's got warp zones if you want to soar through it. It's got a good soundtrack. It's got good graphics. The gameplay controls feel great. One of the best NES games. Absolutely great. The only reason it's not S tier is, remember, there's a Zophar component. How much, I don't sit there and think, oh my god, if I only had 8 or 9 games on Desert Island, I gotta have Mario 3. It's not quite there for me. And it's not because it does anything wrong. It does nothing wrong. The game is excellent. But the games you see above, they tug at my heartstrings even more. More than Mario 3. So, you could absolutely say that it belongs in S, and I could agree. But for me, I want to make sure the games you see in S, that you understand those are games that I love even more than the stuff you see in A. If you see anything in S and A, be sure that I love it. I absolutely love it. You can say to anyone, Zophar loves Secret of Monkey Island. Zophar loves Night Trap. Zophar loved Batman. Zophar loves Lunar, Lunar 2, and Shining Force 1 and 2, and Streets of Rage, and Faxanadu. You get it? All the stuff in S and A, I like, or I love. S is the heart. It's my retro feels, the best of the best. A is spectacularly awesome. B is good. Zophar enjoyed the game. Once you get below the B line, you start getting into some of the and the shite. Indeed, it was piracy. And a Boot Goomba. That's right. The Boot Goomba was a lot of fun. And Big World. And there's so many good things about it. Okay. Time Gal. Time Gal goes in the C tier along with Dragon's Lair. It's all right. It's fine. You can beat it in under an hour. I don't really want to replay it. I would say I like it more than Dragon's Lair. And that probably has less to do with the gameplay and more to do with the protagonist. But anyways, yeah. So, there you go. C tier for Time Gal. Vi. What to do with Vi? If Vi did not have the Vic Ireland working designs treatment, this game would be worse. This is my least favorite of the original 4 working designs games. The soundtrack's okay. The story's I never beat Mr. Bones Culinary. I played that with Mechalink, but never beat it. I only got to like level 3. Time Gal's got a lot of personality, but need to be in a better game genre. 100%. If they had made her into like, if it had been more like Popful Mail. Like, I kind of think like Popful Mail is the evolution of Time Gal's character or something, because it keeps the whole anime feel. But yeah, they could have done something like an RPG with her. They still could, but nobody'd remember it. What's up, Franksters? Music was rather doodly. It was. I feel like Vi is going to get a B. It would be a C if it wasn't for working designs. It's fine. The game's all right. The game's pretty good. The game's okay. The game is okay. The soundtrack is good. The game's all right. No, this would be between B and C for me. This is definitely the worst of the working designs games that I've beaten. But it's not bad. This is not a bad game. We'll keep it in B. This is really a B minus, if I'm being honest. This is a B minus. I would much rather play this game or this game, this game, this game. Definitely this game, that game, these games, and these games. I would play over half of the games on B more so than Vi, but I would play this more than a few of them, so it belongs in B. Okay, Virtual Highlight. I think this is the moment a lot of you have been waiting for. Where is Zophar putting Virtual Highlight on the tier ranking list? I really like Virtual Highlight. So, you gotta forgive me, but it's getting an A. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I know no one agrees with this one. I love it. It's fun. It's got a great soundtrack. It's easy to get through. I love speedrunning it. I love the random seeds. At a time when nothing was random seed, there wasn't anything like that. Now you have like every other ROM hack and emulator with the random generators. Virtual Highlight did it on its own. I think the game gets hate that's not as deserved. Yeah, the graphics are not great, but for 1995 on the Saturn when there was nothing else 3D, I'd never seen anything like it. So I think if you put this game in the context of when it came out, this is by far the best of the Highlight games, and I like it. So I put Virtual Highlight in A, man. That's where it goes. It's great. I love it. It's so much fun. You could probably make the argument maybe it belongs more in B based on everything I just said, but I think it's A. This is a game I played over and over and over and over and over, and I enjoyed it almost every single time. So it's an A for me. It did kick me when I was down many times. That's absolutely true. Warsong. Warsong's a B. Warsong has one of the best soundtracks I've ever heard. Warsong also has some real serious quality of life problems. I would love to see this one remade the right way. I'm not talking about... I did watch some trailers from Warsong when it was remade into Langrisser. I think it was a mobile game, I want to say. doesn't look good or sound good at all. I think they ruined it. I'd like to see a real remaster of this. Like, fix the quality of life problems, but keep the cool pixel art, and God, don't get rid of that soundtrack. Keep that soundtrack. The remake of it, the soundtrack was barely existent. Like, I don't know what they did. Warsong's a good game. I had a lot of fun with this game. It's very difficult if you don't know what to do. I don't think I could have gotten through it if it hadn't been for some of the help I received that I asked for. It kicked me many times when I was down. Is that intended? Haha, yes. Sometimes you just got to let yourself get kicked down before you can get back up. It's part of the fun. So yeah, Warsong, solid B. It's a good game. Good game with some quality of life problems, but it's a good game. Willow. Willow's a C. This is probably my least favorite of the arcade games I've beaten on stream, because unlike every other arcade game where you can just keep feeding it quarters until you win, Willow makes you start back at the beginning of the level every time, which is a shitload of fuck. It doesn't let you continue right where you left off like the others. I didn't like that. It took me a while to beat it. Some of the battles were really hard. I can't imagine trying to beat this in the arcade. I would have spent hundreds and hundreds of dollars. You do see E.T. in its rightful place as F tier. See? Right where it belongs. So then we have Zelda 1. I have never played or beaten UN Squadron. Then we have Zelda 1 and Zelda 2. Where to put them? Where to put them? Both of these are great games, and they belong in the A tier. Now, a lot of people may disagree and say that Zelda 2 is an inferior game, or Zelda 2 sucked. Zelda 2 did not suck. You, again, have to put yourself back in the time of the Zelda games when there was only one before this, right? And Nintendo was trying different directions to see what the game would be like. This was their attempt at an action RPG-ish type game. You can get magic, and you have level ups for your life and your magic and your attack. You know, it had a cool overworld. Like, it was very action RPG feelish, where Zelda 1 was more the adventure, you know, puzzly type game. Both are fantastic games. I love them both. I'm very sad about what Nintendo has done to the Zelda franchise. I think, and a lot of people disagree with this, but much like the Sonic games, I think the Zelda games were at their best as 2D games. I think Mario did a great job making the 3D leap. I think Super Mario 64 is a masterpiece, and I think if I was to play and beat it on stream, I would probably put it S tier, Mario 64. I think it's one of the greatest video games of all time. But I've never streamed it and beaten it, and so I've only beaten it off stream. So I don't include it in this tier list. Sure, it has some flaws, but you really enjoyed it. Exactly, yeah. I mean, most of the games on this list have some kind of flaws. But they're a lot of fun. They're well made, and they're enjoyable, and they're replayable. You can play these games over and over. You can speedrun them if you want to. I wouldn't speedrun them. I'm not good enough at them. But you could. So this is the tier list. So I've never beaten Super Mario World on stream before, DJ Bacon Blade. This tier list is only for games I have streamed and beaten. Now, didn't I say there were a couple games I didn't put on here? Did we get them all on here? We didn't get the Karate Kid on here yet, did we? Here, let me, just so we can make sure this list is complete, let's get Karate Kid on here. I don't know why I didn't list it, but I didn't, so we're going to put it on here. We're going to get LJN on here. Don't you worry. Doodly, 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 doo. Alright, and then we'll choose files and Karate Kid. Alright. Okay. Here's Karate Kid. Karate Kid's a C. It's not a good game. And it's not the worst I've played. And it's short enough to where it can have some enjoyment factor. So it goes in C tier for me. Something about one of the Shining Forces. Well, we did add 3, though, afterwards. 3 is right here now. We put 3 in B tier. So we added Karate Kid. Was there anything else, though, chat, that I missed? I think this is everything, right? I'm going to pull Mansion of Hidden Souls back down now. Oops. Oh, I can't now? Oh, well. I guess it's stuck where it is. We accidentally rated this one twice. Because we uploaded it twice because I'm stupid. But, that's the tier list right there. So I guess we'll take a little screenshot of this first. And then I'm sure I can save it below. Okay. So let's review the list. We'll go from the worst to the best. Oh yeah, the dot hack placement. Well, let's see. The 4 worst games I've ever played where I'll never play that shit again. Dungeon Explorer, E.T., Hide, and Mortal Kombat Mythology Sub-Zero. 100%. Oh shit, my dock did its thing again. God damn it. Hold please. Doodle-dee, doodle-dee-doo, doodle-doodle-dee. Doodle-dee-doo, doodle-doodle-dee-doo. Okay, there we go. So, Dungeon Explorer, E.T., Hide, and Mortal Kombat Mythologies. The worst garbage bullshit. Oh, right, Bare Knuckle 3. We didn't put Bare Knuckle 3 on here. Do we want to rank it? Do I want to put Bare Knuckle 3 up here somewhere? Oh no, we did do Bare Knuckle 3. It's right here. Here it is. It's right here. See? We put it in C tier. The soundtrack is atrocious. The game was fun with Finn. Definitely better than Streets of Rage 3, but I didn't beat Streets of Rage 3, so I couldn't put it there. But yeah, it's right there. So yeah, Dungeon Explorer for Sega CD, E.T. for Atari 2600, Hide for the NES, Mortal Kombat Mythology for Sub-Zero the worst. And then in D tier, which are games that are also bad and atrocious, but there's some kind of redeeming value to them, Die Hard, Heart of the Alien, and Home Alone. Die Hard and Home Alone have speedrun ability, very easy glitches to do, and Heart of the Alien has a good soundtrack, worth listening to. Atrocious in every other way. So these are the truly bad games. So I've only actually beaten 7 truly terrible games in my 3 years of streaming. Guess we got to change that if we do Jankuary. Resident Evil Director's Cut in B2 you might take issue with, but you think it's just right for Diablo 2. Well, how you doing, by the way, Tea Time Retro? Look, I got your mug. Hey! Celebrating Shining in the Darkness for A tier. Heart of the Alien can honestly belong in F tier. I like the soundtrack, though. So because it had a redeeming... Mortal Kombat Mythology Sub-Zero is the only one of those 4 that... Well, no. But Dungeon Explorer also has a good soundtrack. But the games are just so fucking horrible, I couldn't rate them any higher. C tier. Alien vs. Predator for arcade. Bare Knuckle 3 translated. Bram Stoker's Dracula for Sega CD. D for Saturn. Dragon's Lair for Sega CD. Friday the 13th for NES. Friday the 13th RPG. Gabriel Knight 3 for PC. Kung Fu for NES. Mad Dog McCree for Sega CD. Mansion of the Hidden Souls, yes, I know it's there twice. For which you could fix it. Phantasy Star for the Master System. A Boy and His Blob for the NES. Splatterhouse 2 for Genesis. Secret of Mana for Super Nintendo. Super Highlight for Genesis. Time Gal for Sega CD. Willow for Arcade. And Karate Kid for NES. These are games that are They're not great games. They're not the worst I played, but they're not great. I think most people have issue with me putting Secret of Mana here, but I don't think it's a good game. And then we have B tier. Now, the dot hacks. I don't think dot hack belongs with any of those games I just quoted below. So I think dot hack is exactly where it belongs. The games are decent. They're fun to play. Just don't know if I'd play them again. So we have dot hack Infection, Mutation, and Outbreak. Just not Quarantine yet because we haven't beaten it yet. We have Seventh Guest. We have Eye of the Beholder for Sega CD. We have Willy Beamish for Sega CD. Breath of Fire for Super Nintendo. Kadash for Genesis, Crystal Warriors for Game Gear, Castlevania 3 for NES, Dark Wizard for Sega CD, Diablo 2 for PC, Dragon Force for Saturn, Ghosts and Goblins for NES, the 2 D&D arcade games, Shadow over Mystara and Tower of Doom, Golden Axe 1 and 2, I do think they're B tier, by the way, they belong where they are. I like them, they're fun. Might and Magic for Genesis, Monkey Island 2 LeChuck's Revenge for PC, Ninja Gaiden for NES, Out of This World for... Sega CD/Genesis, Phantasy Star 3 for Genesis, Popful Mail for Sega CD, Punisher Arcade, Resident Evil Director's Cut for PlayStation, Monkey Island, Return to Monkey Island for PC, Rise of the Dragon for Sega CD, Sewer Shark for Sega CD, Shadowgate for NES, Shenmue for the Dreamcast, Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective for the Sega CD, Phantasmagoria for the PC, Shining the Holy Ark for the Saturn, Shining Force 3 for the Saturn, Soul Feast, Sonic for Sega CD, Sonic 3 for Genesis, Vi for Sega CD, and Warsong for Genesis. These are beer tier. These are good games that I enjoy. They're fun. They're worth playing. Various issues or quality of life or trouble that keep them from being among the very best, but they're all worth playing. And then the A tier, the very, very best of the best, just not the favorite, but they're incredible, excellent, outstanding, you need to play games. 7 Saga for Super Nintendo, yes, the US version, I love it. Batman for NES, Contra for NES. I keep thinking Contra belongs in B tier. I don't know. I'm not sure about this one. We'll come back to it. Dragon Warrior for NES, Dragon Quest VIII for PlayStation 2, Castlevania 2 for NES, Castlevania Bloodlines for Genesis, Symphony of the Night for the Saturn, translated, Diablo for the PC, Dracula Unleashed for the Sega CD, DuckTales for the NES, Final Fantasy Mystic Quest for Super Nintendo, Metroid for the NES, Lunar Silver Star Story Complete for the PlayStation, Mike Tyson's Punch-Out for the NES, Night Trap for the Sega CD, Phantasy Star 2 for the Genesis, Phantasy Star 4 for the Genesis, Secret of Monkey Island for Sega CD, Shenmue 2 for the Xbox 360, Shining in the Darkness for Sega Genesis. Cheers to my A-tier game. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Shredder's Revenge, Silent Hill for the PlayStation, Sonic the Hedgehog for the Genesis, Sonic 2 for the Genesis, Streets of Rage 2 for the Genesis, Streets of Rage 4 for the Genesis, Super Mario 3 for the NES, Virtual Highline, that's a Zophar pick, Legend of Zelda 1 for NES, and Legend of Zelda 2 Adventure of Link for the NES. And then my S-tier games, the very best of the best, creme de la creme.
Discipline feels good! Ha!
All of the games, except for one, which is PC, but all the games that I wanted so badly to emulate, back in the era of emulation. Faxanadu for the NES, Gabriel Knight 2, The Beast Within for the PC, Lunar 1 and Lunar 2 for the Sega CD, Lunar 2 for the PlayStation, Shining Force 1 and 2 for the Sega Genesis, and the original Streets of Rage for the Sega Genesis. My 8 S-tier best games of all time. I really think Contra is B. I'm going to move Contra to B. It's really somewhere in between these two, but I'm looking at all these other games that I just love so much. And then there's Contra, which I like. That makes it a B. So Contra has been moved to B. Yeah, Lunar 2. Is it any surprise that Zophar of Zophar's Domain, who calls you all mortals and immortals, and talks about inner sanctums, and had Jenny Steigel on, and raves about his favorite songs of all time, is it any surprise the 2 Lunar 2s would be S tier for me? Is anyone surprised? Yeah, Contra NES is now B. Can watch the VOD. Alright, so I'm gonna take one more snapshot. This is the real tier rating now. A-doodali, a-doodali. Okay, there we go. I can save it down here too, which I will do. But that is the tier rating. That is every video game. I did miss some Game Soda. Oh, what I miss? What I miss? Which games? What did I not put? Uh-oh. Doodle doodle doo doo doodle doo doo doodle doo. Let me know what I missed before we end, because I don't want to. I definitely caught some that we missed as we were going, so it's entirely likely that my brain didn't work. No, we didn't beat that. These are only games that we beat. Remember, I never beat it. I got to near the end, but we never got to Shredder. We never beat Fatal Labyrinth either. We played it twice. We never beat it. These are only games we've beaten on stream. And that's only because I feel like it's not fair, and it's just my opinion. If I haven't beaten a game and gotten to the end, even if I think the game is shite or great, I can't fairly rate it against games I've beaten and seen the end of. No, you're good, Soda. What is this Zelda 2 remix? Don't care if I beat it. I mean, that's the tier list. Only games we beat. This song is Zelda 2.
When Zophar beats it,
he really does. Zelda 2 Battle of the Hylian Hero OC remix. Doodly doodly. I not only beat Contra, I beat it without cheating. That's right, it's true. Although we do have a couple games here that I did beat with codes. There's a couple on here, like Soul Feast and Dracula, and Castlevania 3 with the 10 life code. Mixer was playing a pretty cool looking ZD. Yeah, I saw that earlier today more. It looked really good. DJ Bacon Blade said you'd rate some of the ones you played higher, but otherwise your ratings would be similar. Yeah, and you know, any tier list, it's always going to be personal preference, but I'm pretty happy with this. The only one I think that's not sitting right with me right now as I go through this is Shining in the Darkness. Should I have S-tiered this? I really love Shining in the Darkness. I mean, Tea Time Retro knows he got me a mug with Shining in the Darkness. But dungeon crawlers are not my favorite genre. JRPGs are. Point and clicks are up there. Adventure's cool. I like some beat 'em ups. Shining in the Darkness would stand alone. Talk about moving goalposts, I know. Nah, I had to think about it. If I had to think about it, it can't be an S. Yeah. The only one I really couldn't decide was Shining Force 1 and 2. I believed both were the very best, but one is always better than the other at any given time for me. Very, very close. So that was the only thing I was thinking about, whether to put one in S and one in A. And I ultimately decided to put them in S together because they're both so fucking good. But yeah, Shining in the Darkness, we'll keep it in A. I'm happy with this list. This is the list. This is the list. Have I ever played any Ys games on stream or off? I have not. But people tell me they're similar to Pop Meow and I did enjoy them, so maybe one day. Saving the song to this game, no problem in piracy. There's a OC remix actually posted on X a few months ago. The complete zip archive of every OC remix song ever, if you want it all in one shot. You now have a mission. Alright, so let's see. How do I save this? If I hit save, what happens? Let's see. Title of tier list. Zophar's 101 plus beaten games. All games Zophar has ever beaten on stream. Download image. Alright, I downloaded the image. Alright, let me show it again. Alright, I now have the image saved. That's what it looks like. And I want to ask a quick poll question. Did you enjoy the tier stream? Lots of fun. Do more like this, like other tier ratings. Alright, I can't fit all those words in. Fun. Do more like this. Or good, but don't do again. Or meh, didn't like. Alright, get your votey votes in. Polls live. Becco says, tier stream is good. Do it again after I finally play Valkyrie Profile. And when I say do it again, it doesn't mean just this list. I mean lists in general. Like, do you like the idea of tier streams where sometimes I just like the most doodly games, the most best music?
Adventure _ Josh cheered 100 bits. I love this. Never do it again.
Adventure Josh, thank you for the 100 bits. Your support of the realm of the domain is greatly appreciated, as well as your honesty. I always appreciate feedback. Trash Cat loved agreeing and disagreeing. Oh, I always have fun debating with people. This is the thing. The reason, like, if I'm being totally honest, and I don't want to get into this topic, but just because people ask me this stuff, I actually love a good conversation. I love debating. I have never, ever before, like, kicked someone out because I disagree with their opinion on something. That's never happened. If you violate a rule, I'll warn you, right? But I've never, ever, you can disagree all you want. You can say that Lunar is shit. I'll say you're wrong and you probably had too much to drink last night. But you're welcome to enjoy my streams and we'll chat and we'll talk and all that stuff. I'll just tell you what I think too. But the reason why there's certain things we just cannot talk about on stream has nothing to do with me. I fully believe I am fully capable of having great conversations and debates. This is not a platform that I feel good about having certain kinds of debates. I want to keep our debates to games. But I love discussion. I'll discuss stuff all day long. Yeah, you got to stay on the right side of the Twitch cops. Because certain topics, you just invite bad discussions that go off the rails, and then suddenly it's no longer this or that. It's become personal and attacks, and that's no fun. You don't want that, right? You always want to keep things civil. That's the only reason why. Disagreement is good, done politely, 100%. You gotta be nice, right? You can disagree, but you can do it respectfully. Sunduck Secret said, if you go to school for 4 years for debating, does that make you a master debater? Hey! I'll give you a rim shot for that Sun Token Seeker. Here it comes. You ready? 3, 2, 1, hey. Problem with tier list is the crap factor. Some games are fascinating, although flawed. Yeah, I mean, there's that. Like I said, I think the most controversial ones I did on here would probably be Virtual Hide. I bet a lot of you disagree with. The dot hacks possibly. And then Secret of Mana for sure. I feel bad. GOG Zero is ready to throw me off a bridge. I know GOG Zero likes Secret of Mana. Oh, that's honestly, of all of the games on here, like, I understand why there are people that like it, and I hope I did a good job explaining why I don't. It's just not my kind of game. People can enjoy shit games, exactly. Conan says you'd say keep this kind of stream sparse so they're good like today's. Oh yeah, it wouldn't be an everyday thing. But like if you enjoyed it and you'd like to see, you know, here and there, like on special occasions, like I was thinking in the next tier rating we could do at some point, if we're gonna do another one, would be like a doodly song tier list. Like, let's rate all of the like, what are the most, I don't know, the most doodly songs from the I guess the problem I have with this is what would I pull from? Like, let's do a tier maker of the doodliest songs ever. Okay, which games and songs do I draw from? Like, this was easy. Every game I've ever beaten on stream, rank them, easy. How would I do a doodly one? What would the pool of selection be, essentially? If I don't know what it is, look up Ephemeral Fantasia. You think the F will be strong? Someone told me never play that. Do an acapella tier list, Vetcoast. Do OSTs from systems. So do you mean like, here's a bunch of systems, which systems has the best soundtracks in games like that? Okay, that could work. Lone Grin, Secret Amount is funner playing with somebody. Yes, that's why we played it, because I played it with Tuigia. We did like a 10 or 11 part, you know, different streams of going through Secret of Mana together. I never would have done it by myself. I think the one reason why that makes any part of that game enjoyable is with friends, you know, playing with people. 100% agreed. You think keeping to my stream is a good idea? Played beating. Gotcha. Okay. Tier lists are easy to saturate on, no doubt. Best Genesis, best NES. Yeah, I agree with you, Soda. I think that's a good call. What is this song? Let's see. This is Zelda 2 Temple Trance OC Remix, is what this one is. Or well-known Genesis songs, and you tier them. But that's like, I guess the thing is, so like, I would want to do the best songs, so then it would like lose its, like if I did, I like your idea of systems. I think that's easier to do. Like, here are all the systems, which systems had the most doodly soundtracks, and then I can, as I rate them, I can say, well, check out the Genesis. It had Streets of Rage 1 and 2, and I like your systems idea. I think I might go with that. The problem with songs is, where do I pull the songs from? Like, when you say well-known, in my head, I'll pick all my favorite ones, so everything's going to be like an S and an A tier. But the systems one is much easier to do. I think I'm gonna do systems. I like that. Oh yeah, no, you explained it well. I love when you give ideas. I like your first one a lot, and I think I'm gonna implement that on the next one. Vecco says that I play Capcom's D&D Shadow over Mystara arcade game. Yes, that's in here. That's I don't know if you could tell because I'm not zoomed in, but the D&D arcade games are, I think I put them in B. Yeah, they're right here. I know it's a little hard to see right now, but they're right here. It's doodle-doo. Doodle-doo. I say doodle-doo. Doodle-doo. It's doodle-doo. 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 Lone Grin says, tier list the games you beat in the year. Well, this is all the games we beat in 3 years. It's every game we've ever streamed and beaten. That's what this tier list is. You know, there's retro games, but it's in the same vein as retro games. Scott Pilgrim is one of the best game soundtracks. Anime Gucci knocked it out of the park. I've heard of that one. I'm gonna have to give it a try. But chat, it's 1:23 in the morning.